But despite it, we got a couple of deals away. And the event itself has gone from strength to strength, thanks to the commitment of Eric, who has worked.
And founders pitching to investors, impactful panel discussions.
AFA at 12 was launched on March 25th in Nairobi, Kenya. Opportunity, growth, innovation. These were the key themes that defined the remarkable event organized by AFA, a platform in an ever-evolving business landscape, securing the right investment is the lifeline of any startup. At this event, aspiring entrepreneurs engaged in insightful discussions, interactive workshops, and one-on-one mentorship sessions designed to equip them with the knowledge and tools needed to attract investors. On June 19, 2025, Angel Fair Africa brought its roadshow to Johannesburg, South Africa. Seven bold founders pitched their ideas to more than 45 investors and 14 ecosystem partners under the theme Catalytic Angel Capital for Inclusive Growth. The event went beyond pitching. It sparked conversations on syndication, mentorship, and cross-border opportunities. Investors engaged, collaborated, and explored ways to fuel the next wave of African innovation. The Johannesburg Roadshow wasn't just an event. It was a statement that Africa's startup scene is vibrant, inclusive, and ready for global scale. Angel Fair. Africa continues to build bridges between visionaries and investors, one pitch at a time.
Awesome. Thank you for inviting us. This year, actually, today we're going to have 12 founders pitching from Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Ghana. A few may not have made it due to visa or other issues, but we have a cohort of 12 founders that you're going to hear from when they're pitching later on. And even to the audience, not just the founders, this is a very curated event, all right? Angel Fair. We don't let in 1,000 or 500 people, half of who we may not even get to connect with. We curate this event to the investors, VCs, angel investors, so that's the people who are in this room, to make sure to connect, make sure to interact, and really quality founders from various sectors. That is our goal, to just curate a special event, intimate. As you can see, the atmosphere is pretty, cool and intimate, so that we can make the most out of it. And our goal is to make sure deals happen, right? And whether it's VCs investing in these founders or angels, and even bringing new angels. We also have people here who are interested to become angel investors, right? Because that's where it all starts. If we're not able to nurture and support these founders when they're starting out, that's why we need angel investors. It becomes difficult to bridge the gap, right? Before they're getting ready to speak to big investors. So yeah, that's who we have in the room. We have an amazing number of sessions coming up. A great keynote session with Esther Dyson. Am I doing a job?
I'm doing it well, though.
I'm looking forward to a session with entrepreneurs as well, building the content. We've been sending you out the program and things like those, so I know you know what's coming up. But just to tell you, stay tuned. It's going to be interesting. Let's engage, just ask questions, and let's have a good time. Before I forget, in the evening, we have a closing mixer at the Gentleman's Factory in Brooklyn. So do not go anywhere. We hope you try to block out your calendars. Please stick around with us. Thank you. Over to you, Jason.
Awesome. Thank you, Winnie. So hopefully you all can hear from Wendy's enthusiasm why we were so excited to co-host this event. I think it's really magical what you all are building, and we're excited to help you catalyze this and bring it to the US. So without further ado, because I am a stickler for trying to be on time, but we're a little bit behind, so we're going to accelerate. I'm excited to invite our first session, which will be Eric and Esther Dyson, really talking a little bit about setting the stage today. And I think that will really set the context and the stage for the rest of the day. So I'm excited to have you. Welcome to the Google New York offices, and I'm going to give you a mic. I'm going to give you a mic. I'm going to accelerate these slides a bit. So we are on the right one. And without further ado, Eric, I will hand it over to you to introduce the session. So go for it.
Thank you so much, Jason. And glad to do this, Esther. Thank you so much for making the time.
Delighted to be here.
Great. So we've had many private conversations probably the last 20, 25 years. But today we have an audience. So let's pretend we never had those conversations. And tell us, who is Esther and how did you become an angel?
I don't think we have time for all of that. Fundamentally, now, I'm an angel investor in 4 companies in Africa. Swivel, which started in Cairo, but is now sort of in Dubai. It's complicated.
Right.
Angazo, which is sort of in the electricity energy field. And then honestly, 3 that are closer to me, because I'm mostly involved in health and healthcare. Rosello from Tanzania, and Ilara from Kenya, and then, sorry, not healthcare, Ladunia, which is more about cash transfers and things, also in Kenya. And I guess the other relevant thing is I spend a lot of time in South Africa because I was on the President's with Mbeki, the President's Information Technology Advisory Council, and that was really wonderful for me. I learned a ton. I'm not sure how much the government learned from us, to be honest. But I would spend the weekend in a game reserve or in fancy hotel in Cape Town, and then afterwards I had other local friends who would take me to visit townships and see the real world. And again, I learned a ton. And then the final thing you should know about me vis-a-vis Africa, I'm chair of the Commons Project Foundation, which has a nice large grant from MasterCard Foundation. And the mission is to train mostly female community health workers. These are, in a sense, these women are public assets who I think lack both respect from others, and they lack training, and they lack a business model. So our goal is to find them, recruit them, train them, connect them into a marketplace so that they can sell useful, healthy things, everything from toothpaste and sanitary devices, and do diagnostics and help bring health, not just care, but health, the ability to be resilient to the rural communities, and at the same time have a sustainable job for themselves. So we're just starting that in Rwanda. Anybody who has ideas, interest, that's my pitch.
Wow, that's amazing. So Esther, you've talked about probably 3, 4 different things that you've done, suddenly, including in policy and government. So what's your investment thesis? What do you look out for as an investor?
Okay, well, I have an investment thesis that does not work for serious investors with limited partners because they owe something to their limited partners. As an individual, I have the ability to take risk and not apologize to anybody except, maybe Esther, you really got to do better next time. But because it's my own money, I can take a flying bet. I can invest in something that, if this was a philanthropy, would I put money into it? They're doing good work. So it's, do I like and trust the person? And do I think they're doing something useful? you know, this is Africa, but also everywhere. I'm not interested in solving the terrifying social problem of eyelashes that don't curl. You wouldn't believe the pictures I get. But fundamentally, I'm interested in doing things that make sense, that solve. It's one thing to solve hard problems, like curing cancer. And, you know, I love that, and my niece sitting over there is working on that at Flatiron.
Really?
But then there are stupid, then there are stupid problems. You know, things that are misallocated, websites that don't work, people who should be connected to something that don't get connected. Those are the things I like fixing. So that's what I can do. If you're, you know, if you have other people's money, I wish you would do the same thing. You know, maybe be a little more careful than I am. Sorry. And do a lot more due diligence. But in the end, the bottom half of the world, so to speak, has so many needs in a world that has ample resources, but they are badly distributed. And, you know, I won't go into US politics or world politics, but there are so many things that need to be better organized, that need to be more efficient, that need to be more accessible to much larger populations.
Right. So how do you get to do this globally, right? You're one of the pioneers of sort of invest in New York. Why not just stick in New York? Because angel investors are made small. But you are doing this globally. Why?
Yeah. Well, actually, so for 25 years, for 5 years I was a journalist, then worked on Wall Street. For 3 years a journalist, 5 years on Wall Street. I realized that I learned a lot, but I really didn't like the culture. And joined this guy who had a tech newsletter. He had a conflict of interest. He was chairman of both Compaq and Lotus, which were kind of like the Apple and OpenAI of the time, and realized he had to sell it to somebody. And I looked at him, you know, nice white guy, always wore a suit, used to work at Morgan Stanley, running this little company that I had joined as the chief editor of 5 people. And I thought, I could do that. So I bought it from him, basically for debt, you know, for deferred revenues. And for 25 years, I lived in New York and wrote about the tech industry and got to meet, had Bill Gates speak at my conference and lots of other people. For 25 years, it ended with Reid Hoffman and Mark Zuckerberg and people like that. I was a journalist writing a newsletter, and so I couldn't invest. But in 1989, I started going to Russia, because I speak Russian. And after that...
So speaking Russian, you study that?
No, it's a long story. My father was a physicist and blah, blah. But the point of it is, somebody said to me, well, you keep telling us we should invest in Eastern Europe, because it expands Eastern. Why don't you... suppose I gave you $1 million, would you invest? I said, oh, no, I can't. I'm a jerk.
You were turning down $1 million?
No, then I said, I'm a jerk. How much money did you say? So I ended the newsletter focused on Russia so that I could invest there. Got really lucky. My first investment was this Russian guy calling me and saying, Esther, the lawyer will call. We want to give you 1% of the company if you come to help us. Because I introduced him to Bill Gates at my conference, blah, blah, blah. So,
what does that mean? What do you say in Russian? You say something in Russian?
in Russian.
Yeah.
I said, this was a Russian accent.
Oh. I got it now.
He said, the lawyer will call. We want to give you 1%. So I got an infinite return. Because they...
Not 1%.
No, infinite, because it started with 0.
Oh.
And anyway, I'm getting way too much in the weeds.
One get into weight. We want that level of detail.
Okay. For an American, spent a fair amount of time in Africa. First time was when I was 17. I
Wow.
lived in Morocco for 2 months with my boyfriend, who was in the Peace Corps.
Wow.
And spoke also French as well as Russian, so that helped. And I've always had a fondness for both Russia and Africa in
Right.
very different ways, very different places. I mean, Africa's so many different countries that a lot of people don't realize. And Russia is maybe so many cultures, but one language.
Right. So, what attracted you to Africa beyond you and your boyfriend in Morocco? Okay, many years later, what brought you back, or was that a continuation? You fell in love with Africa, like
Oh, we can a lot of stupid problems.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, why don't things work? The technology exists, but it takes more. My whole life, people have made technology that's free. And that's our problem now with AI. But using it, training people to use it, training people how it works, training people to understand the business models that underlie the technology, that takes time and money and education. And so, you know, the US now is full of a different kind of problems, political problems a lot, and it's complicated. Let's just talk about Africa.
Right. That's complicated. Before we was Africa was more complicated. It looks like now the US is more complicated.
Yeah. So it's a place where there is so much opportunity, and it's not up to me to do that, but I can help by funding people who do.
Right. And sort of extrapolating that a little bit, how do you see Africa's place in the global stage as the world advances? So there's challenges in the global now. I think the world is going through a seismic shift where the new normal doesn't work.
Yeah.
The old doesn't work, and it's a new normal. How do you see Africa in that stratosphere?
Well, you have the opportunity to jump over everything from checking accounts and a lot of, AI could do a lot of things, but I think 2 things. So I'm in the middle of writing a book.
Yes. 10 minutes.
Yes, and it's kind of, in the United States at least, term limits immediately makes people think of Biden, who didn't resign. But it's also, people start things and want them to last forever, rather than, whether it's a company or a nonprofit or somebody in a government position, but it's also human life. And the amazing thing about people is we all die. And your job is not to do everything. Your job is to, what am I especially good at? And let me do enough of that. But we live in a culture where something's either bad and you shouldn't mention it, don't even look at it or try to fix it, just destroy it. Or on the other hand, if it's good, I want more. And that's addiction in the short term. It's this hunt for power and for immortality in the long term. And we're, the seductions. I worked in Silicon Valley for 25 years on tech, but I never lived it because I didn't want to be absorbed by that tech-centric kind of ethos. And I've seen so many people I admired become corrupted by too much money and power. And if you own AI, you have almost limitless power in theory. You still need those interfaces. But AI is not going to kill us all. AI wants to keep us alive so they can suck our blood out. AI is a parasite, not a predator. And it could be like your gut microbiome and keep you healthy. It's about the relationship we have with AI. and the fact that it's very good at implementing predatory business models. So we need to be careful how it's used.
So on the use, so how do you advise, founders or investors on how they get and use AI, to make it, to create a better society?
Focus on what's the problem you want to solve, how can you solve it, use the AI to do that. But understand that you need to be careful it doesn't, don't trust it. It's just like an employee, Make sure the people you hire are honest. But AI is much more devious but like people, Sam Altman is completely as unexplainable as any AI. And that's what you need to understand, but use it because it's incredibly efficient, but don't delude yourself that you don't need to be in charge.
Yeah. And then there are those who say, look, AI is going to create a lot of, joblessness, right? People take people's jobs, and how do you explain that?
It will take a lot of tasks and do them much more efficiently. If we do things right, we will train people to be community health workers that don't just give you diagnoses, but give you love, give you understanding. We will train teachers to teach people what humans need now is both self-awareness and awareness of the business models and the goals of the people around them. You want empathy for their pain, and you want a little bit of skepticism for their promises. And that's what, I see in the US so much. Kids aren't learning that. They're getting sucked into the internet. They're not learning how to communicate with other people. So have you ever gone to a conference on some topic you don't really understand? And you listen all day and you walk out, and if someone asks you a question, you could say something coherent, but you wouldn't really know you wouldn't understand what was going on underneath. And if you keep reading AI slop all the time, instead of reading books and understanding, you yourself are going to be sort of like an LLM. You can glibly tell people things and sound coherent, but you don't really understand what it is you're saying.
So I want to open it up and get there's questions in the room. But before I do that, I want to ask you one more question, then I want to do one quick slot for my final fireside chat, which is, so I know you don't do this for money, but if you didn't make money, you wouldn't be here. So what's your biggest return that you've made so far?
My biggest return? It's probably either Square or some Facebook, which I sold at a previous top. Those two funded the 10 years of Wellville, which was my 10-year nonprofit project.
Tell us about Wellville real quick.
5 U.S. communities, 10 years. It was a project, not a foundation. The whole point was do something useful to help the local people build their own social fabric. Don't come in and nice white lady shows up with a program that you need to implement for me. No. What are you trying to do? How can we help you? We have some resources, but we're not just going to give you money and tell you what to do. We want to help you build it for yourselves. So don't give people fish. Don't even teach them how to fish. No.
You took your fish from Facebook and Square and gave it to them. So
No. Help build your own fishing schools. And anyway, but you asked me a different question that I know.
So you answered it.
Yes, but before that we were on another topic. And I mentioned Wellville.
Well, correct. I was asking the return. It's a Facebook and Square.
Yes. So I have this interesting chart. You can make it for yourself. The y-axis is learning, and the x-axis is earning. They're inversely correlated.
Learning and earning. They're inversely correlated.
Yes.
So in this business, you're not learning or you're earning, right?
Sometimes you get really lucky and you do both, but I learned a ton from being on the board of 23andMe, earned no money.
Right.
And learn more from the ones that go bankrupt because you learn what not to do.
Right.
Facebook and Square, honestly, I really did nothing. I just put in 100K
Yeah,
very early.
Right.
And right now, Omada is another big winner for me, for which I did very little. And then there's Nebius, the formerly Russian hyperscaler. So.
All right. A round of applause. As I will go on and on, but I want to open the floor. Before that, I want to do a quick shout out to my next and closing keynote, my dear friend Lou Jones, who is sitting at the back. Lou, please come up. Please come up with a copy of the Pan-African Project book. So Lou Jones is a dear friend of mine, and he and I have been traveling the continent, photographing. Every year we go to a country, and we photograph. And we have a commitment to change the contemporary image of Africa that is seen in the U.S. Lou started long ago and brought me on, but it is something that I always wanted to change when I came to the U.S. and saw the image of Africa I saw here. So when he beckoned me, it was obvious. So the legendary Lou Jones, who has been photographing for 50 years.
Oh, yeah, easily. Yes, so I'm a photographer, and
Good.
I'm a photographer, and I have been doing this, being a photographer, commercial photographer, longer than most of you have been alive. But anyway, for the last 10 years, and the last several, with the help of Eric here, we have been trying to photograph, I know this sounds overly ambitious, every country in Africa. We are now over a third of the way through, and we're hoping to accelerate. But anyway, what we have brought, and Eric is in every one of these books. So we have
Self-promotion.
Pan Africa Project,
Shameless.
Volume 1, which has been around for almost 2 years now, and Volume 2, which just came from Lithuania, being printed in Lithuania last week. So we have them in the back. People can please take. Now, we are trying to, as Eric says, those people, especially those people who live there, know that in America and in the Western media, the PR for Africa is not good. So we have been trying to show what real Africa and what the sort of progress and things with these books. So we go into industry, we go onto farms, we go into people's homes. Let's take that for it.
So more of that, this is a teaser.
Take a look, please, take a look.
Round of applause. So that's my retirement for you to stay around and listen to the finance fireside chat with Lou, which will be equally interesting. So with that, I'm going to take some questions. Jason, how many minutes do I have? Sorry, I was being over time, right?
Mine is
Sorry.
3.
We have time for maybe 2 questions.
Sure.
And great answers.
Hi, Esther. You guys in the room don't know this. Esther and I met about 30 years ago today. And that was the last time we met.
Wow.
But this actually happens with her. I've heard from other friends too. I only met her once. We were sitting just like I'm sitting right here. And at the end of the speaker, she said, well, do you want to meet Mr. Gates? And she took me up and introduced me. It was an amazing thing that she does. But what I wanted to ask is, most of the world knows you and your father as futurists. You're called visionaries sometimes. Is that just good genes? Or was there something else that the two of you shared that made you this way?
First of all, I don't know what my father would have said, but he was considered something of a heretic. And what I say to that word futurist is, I can't predict that. What I can tell you is how things are working now so that you can change the future. And that's more important. So the genes, I grew up in a bubble. My father's boss was Oppenheimer, not in Los Alamos, but in Princeton, New Jersey, Institute for Advanced Studies. So it's full of Nobel Prize winners. And I knew nothing about the rest of the world. when I was 14, I made one discovery, and then this is the end of my answer. I knew that the mailman came, the milkman came every day, and you could go into a store and get service, but I thought normal people got 3 months off in the summer.
One more question, but I'd say yes, so you're the most interesting person I've ever met, so we're going to have to actually
Let me take it, please.
rock, paper, scissors.
Two for the price of
All
one.
right, I'll take it. Yeah, hi, Esther, great to meet you finally. I've heard about you for such a long time. Having been involved with Africa for so long, do you get the sense that the continent is moving forward? I was quite intrigued that you actually met President Mbeki. I come from South Africa. Obviously, those South Africa and Nigeria, many of these countries are transitioning through a lot, both economically and politically. Are things getting better in your opinion?
It depends how you define better, but I think ultimately, yes. More people are more connected. Certainly, some of the big diseases are being dealt with, others are not yet. Education is getting better, but, and it's also very much varies country by country, because some things are across the continent and some things are very specific to any particular country. So, but the opportunities are there because, again, there's all this free AI technology that's just waiting to be applied. People need to be educated, not just to use the technology, but what to use it for. And, it's worth investing in, is the short answer.
Great.
And we'll do one more question, but I'm going to ask our next panelists to start getting ready, and they will also dive in a little bit more into that topic.
Hi, Esther, Steve Smith. Nice to see you again. A long time ago. I'm currently running a not-for-profit that focuses on global development. And there's a challenge on the global development side between sort of a unified view of the world and preserving local languages and cultures. And there's a continuum that goes from development to social entrepreneurship to venture capital, I would say, which is at the edge, which is of growth of markets like Africa. And with AI, there's a lot of wonderful things that come with it. But I would frame it that today AI is driven more by power and profit and less for people and planet. And so I don't know if there's a really good answer to this. I just want to postulate it as a challenge for the kind of investments that we make in venture capital, which are kind of getting everybody in the world inclusive into the technology platforms that we're building and bringing lots of wonderful technologies and capabilities, but doing that in a way that doesn't destroy the diverse fabric of cultures and languages and methods and ways of doing things which have been proven to be successful over thousands of years. So just wondering if any of the investing that you do gets at that intersection at all, and if you have any thoughts on how to have our cake and eat it too, sort of.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's this conflict between human value and quantified money. And it's so much easier to quantify the money things than to fight for the human value. One thing I'd say in terms of quantification is being bilingual is good for the brain. And it's really important to remember that. Like, speak your own language to your kids and then teach them usually English. But whatever it is, probably, most of my investing is focused on human health in some form or other. Not so much care, but how do you keep people healthy? And it starts with maternal health, child care, education, valuing human beings. And when you value human beings, you have to value their cultures and their... I'll say one more thing and then I'll stop.
Sure.
I have term limits too. In writing this book, I have just, again, my father was a heretic, and as a scientist, he was a heretic by believing in religion, not in a religion, but just the notion. And I'm amazed by how far back the wisdom goes. You know, all these ancient religions understood that guilt and death and honor and love and the value of human love. And I'd say I too become more religious, you know, not in a particular way, but just there's stuff out there that we don't understand, and I don't think we need to understand it, we need to believe it. You know, faith is not scientific knowledge. Faith is belief.
All right. So that's good. Thank you very much, Esther. And Jason, back to you.
Can we get copies of her book?
Definitely.
You.
What can we live out in?
It's not where, it's when. Probably early 27. I hope there's a way to speed it up, but one of the things that has not been automated is the publishing process.
Okay, we have to take a picture together.
As they're taking a picture, I want to thank everyone for great questions. And as you can see, the whole goal here is to really have really high caliber conversations, but also to really have candor. And so keep that up. Also, I realize a lot of people are jet lagged, so if you need to get up and get coffee at any point, please do that. And the bathrooms out there. But up next, we have our investor panel to really continue this conversation. We heard from Esther in terms of her thoughts around what's happening on the continent and kind of the strategies around her investments. We'd love to hear from the rest of, not the rest of the investors in the room, a lot of investors in the room, but 4 more investors about their perspective as well. So I'll welcome up our next panel. I see 1, I see 2, I see 3, okay. And I'll allow you to introduce who we have here on the panel, and I will advance the slides. Here. I think you have enough chair. Yeah. Do you want a chair?
Yeah, I'll sit on this
Oh,
one.
yeah, he wants to sit. And then he wants to on each side.
okay.
Lovely, yeah.
And microphone. There you go. Here's an extra one on this side, and you have 2 microphones on this side as well.
This one, okay,
We only have 4 though, so one person has to be friendly.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, great room. Welcome, everyone. My name is Finiko Valoi. I'm from South Africa. I'm a venture partner at Chanzo Capital. Been working with the team, Eric and Winnie, for a long time. Yeah, and we have a panel, great panel of 4. We're looking forward to great conversations. On my far left, we've got Stephen. Stephen Green is from Lateral Frontiers, and next to him is Candice Morgan. Great to finally meet in person, Candice. We've all spoken over the last month from Black Angel Group. And on my right is Achimboro Atanda from Atanda Advisors. And on the last end is Dr. Ola Brown from Healthcare Africa. So yeah, we're looking forward to really great and captivating discussions on Africa. And I'll start with Dr. Ola. Having been involved a lot in investing in healthcare and many other fintech in Africa, especially in West Africa, Nigeria is a very key market, has been a big driver. You know, what's your take on fintech and healthcare in Africa? Is this a market that is really showing growth and giving returns? Sorry to put you on the spot. You do come from the largest market, this market, and we'd like to hear your thoughts.
Okay, hi everyone, my name is Dr. Ola Brown. I'm founder and GP of HealthCap, the largest specialist fund focusing on fintech and health tech on the continent. We're anchored by the MasterCard Foundation, and I'm really excited to be here today to talk about, my 2 favorite sectors. We invest in Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa, and we believe that sort of the generational, sorts of game-changing companies will come from the Big 4, and we're already seeing Nigeria at the center of that. So why am I so excited about fintech and health tech? On the fintech side, 1 in 5 unicorns in the world, 1 in 5 billion-dollar companies in the world are fintechs. They're growing at an extraordinary rate compared to the traditional banking sector, and they're disintermediating the traditional banking sector. So breaking up the things that traditional banks do into multiple parts, making it easier for people to access financial services. So when we look at fintechs, particularly in Africa, almost all of our unicorns on the continent are fintechs. And there's a great reason why. It's because African entrepreneurs are great at financial services. In fact, I believe that Africa is the most innovative financial services sort of ecosystem in the world. 70% of all mobile money transactions happen in sub-Saharan Africa. When you think about digital money, which is the subject of my PhD, you think about digital currencies and their history. Almost all of the original sorts of digital currencies were originated on the continent. So there's a reason why we're creating innovative fintech products that are disrupting traditional banking, not just in Africa, but companies like Moon, for example, are providing financial services in 10 to 17 countries across the world. So it shows that African innovation doesn't just hold the potential to help Africa, but actually provide financial inclusion services globally. Healthcare. The main problem with healthcare is expensive. And it's expensive all over the world, whether the government is paying for it, whether insurance companies are paying for it, or whether it's being paid out of pocket. And the only way that we can bring down the cost of healthcare is to provide innovative technology services that help healthcare services scale. And I think, healthcare is expensive in America. The American government spends $9,000 per person on healthcare. In Norway, it's $7,000. In the UK, it's $4,000. In Nigeria, it's $6. So we have a really unique opportunity to serve fellow Africans by providing access, affordability, and accessibility. But also I see African innovators doing the same thing that they did in fintech, bringing down the cost of healthcare globally through innovation, starting in Africa, but moving to the rest of the world and ultimately making us all healthier. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great intro into fintech and healthcare in Africa. I turn to you, Stephen. You've done some investments outside of your fintech and sort of large markets like Nigeria. What's your take on growth prospects in some of the other markets that are often not getting a lot of attention, and maybe some of the other sectors that we don't often talk a lot about?
Hey, good morning, everyone. I guess maybe, I've spent a lot of time in Ethiopia, DRC as well, Angola, and I would say that those obviously not traditional venture markets per se. We were talking about this earlier, this notion that venture needs to adapt to the market in which it's serving. We see a lot of opportunity around sort of energy adjacent and therefore mineral adjacent opportunities. Those are areas where venture typically doesn't want to play because it's hard assets, perhaps it's deep tech, it has the risk of ESG as well, but we think that those are fairly attractive areas where Africa really can shine significantly from a returns perspective. That's something that we believe into quite a bit, and perhaps like Ola mentioned, our fund one was a very generous fund, which kind of piggybacked on my angel portfolio, which started back in 2012 on the continent. And we decided to specialize as a firm for our fund two. And I think most importantly, we felt that if we were going to be the best that we could be as seed investors and really meet companies and founders where they were at that time of early inception, we had to think we knew as much as we knew about the problem and to help them, support them in growing that business. And so we decided to focus on fintech and cleantech, which are two very broad markets that can service a lot in that vertical. But I think the opportunity expands well beyond that on the continent, and I think certainly sector-wise as well. We see a lot of opportunities in healthcare and education as well, but those are just not areas where we have sector expertise to add value.
To dig into, yeah. Yeah, and Candice, I think you being based here in the US, you know, often I think the US investment community has always looked at Africa as quite exciting, you know, maybe very, you know, very interesting to look at, but maybe too risky. What's your take? What can we fix to change this narrative and that perspective for US investors?
Sure. Well, first let me step back and say, really excited to be here. I'm very inspired by the conversation this morning.
You're welcome.
And I look forward to learning a lot more. I think I'm going to learn a lot more than I can share. But what I can say thus far is I'm part of a group called Black Angel Group, as you mentioned. And we started inside of Google, but we expanded with a group of folks who were new to investing in 2021. I joined because I was at Google Ventures, and honestly, I kind of just was like, some of the investors have angel groups. Maybe I can get them together to help people learn some things. We're now over 350 members. We've invested in over 45 companies over the past 4 years. And what's happened is, although the majority of our members are in the US, we are a very global organization, and our members have expressed interest specifically in investing more in Africa from throughout the diaspora. And so we now actually have a group that is focused on investing in Africa and other global areas. And we've done about 10% of those 40 plus investments in Africa. So I'll start there with saying, to your point, you're right, the interest is there. But the question is where. I will say that the risks are, in some ways, there are some risks that are very similar to any general investor risk, right? You know, I think that exit opportunities, for example, you know, seeing tangible examples of exit opportunities. You mentioned, Dr. Ola, there have been several fintech major exit opportunities, but seeing exit opportunities across different sectors. That's what investors always want to see, right? That's what they chase, typically. I think that, obviously, the regulatory environment, right? And stability across the regulatory environment. People want to see that, right? And want to understand that as well. Now, I'm not saying that it's so much smoother in the US, but there is more of a precedent, at least in Silicon Valley, that people have been comfortable with, and people invest where their friends invest. But we are starting to invest in areas like logistics and supply chain and renewable energies and climate, and we see in those areas more upside than risk, and that's why we're continuing to invest over.
Yeah, Achimoro, I think when we last met in Nairobi last year, you've since made many trips and many investments in Africa. I know you have another trip to South Africa next week. I mean this Saturday. Your take on the risk and in Africa and the geopolitical environments in these markets that you are investing in. Are you getting more comfortable that things are smoother, the growth prospects are there, and you can actually build big businesses that you can exit from?
Thank you, that's a great question. So, I think as investors, we always have to look at our allocation, our portfolio, right? And one of the reasons I started looking at Africa, other than being born there, is impact, but also 100% of my wealth is tied up in the US, right? What happens if the economy, market, politics tank? Then we start all over. It's great to have a blue passport until the blue passport's not worth much. So Africa presented a unique opportunity to both impact my mother continent and also diversify my assets, right? And yes, there's risk. That's why we say with all assets, you really don't want to go above 2-3%, right? When you invest in Africa, and then you're balancing that with your other portfolio. I had, it happens anywhere, but I had a portfolio company where we're writing it off, and I'm upset about that. But at the same time, what we can do as investors to balance that is, same time the market was tanking here in the US, February, March, I bought a ton of NVIDIA, and that more than made up for it. So there's ways that you can balance out your risk if you're looking at it globally, versus
I'm not going to just tell everybody, hey, just put everything into Africa. Be smart, wade in. That's what I did. I did a few investments and a few investments more, and it's addicting after a while. And you will have a lot of good friends like Eric, Chancellor Capital, a lot of people who want to help you get in and explain the market to you. I think one more thing I will share is understanding some of the legal risks with different regimes. I'm an attorney, so I always look at how law plays into that. So understanding whether you want your companies to have the holding company in Delaware, or if you're comfortable with the holding company being in Nairobi. Whatever it is, you have to determine that for yourself, and there's plenty of people around who are more than happy to walk you through it.
Yeah, amazing insights there. I think one of the things I'd like to touch base on is, if you look at Africa, there has been a big growth in youth that are digitally connected. There's a lot of investment in driving connectivity, and this is creating a lot of opportunity within the tech venture space. How do you think, if you were to give advice to founders that are sitting here, where are the other opportunities besides fintech that you think Africa still presents a big upside? And I can start with you, Lachmura, on that.
Thank you. Healthcare. I think we should not be flying outside of Africa to have surgeries and certain basic procedures. Clinics really need to be revitalized, and one of the great portfolio companies is doing a lot of that. There is so much, I think as you were saying, there's easy problems to fix. A lot of easy problems to fix, and I think many of those surround healthcare. So look at healthcare logistics. It shouldn't take 3 hours to go across Cape Town for anyone. It really shouldn't. So how do we move people and things?
Yeah, and Steven?
Look, I think the combination of education now being distributed through alternative platforms like TikTok and YouTube have created an abundance of opportunity for African youth to monetize their ideas and ambitions and their hustle, and then distribute it globally. So I think the two verticals where one of which we invest into, one of which we track is the creator economy, which I think is incredibly exciting, and we see a lot of people creating wealth for themselves across various different platforms, from music, entertainment, animation, and just the level of talent and ambition is on par, first class. Like, there are Nigerian studios producing children's animation on YouTube that is on par with what Netflix does at 90% to 85% less cost. And really good storyboarding, good storytelling, and really high quality output and product. So I think that's a really interesting space, and how do we support that, how do we finance that, how do we create the next big outcome that Disney for Africa is something that I'm sure someone else can figure out, and I think they'll do very well with that. And the other is crypto. I think there's no asset class that has created more wealth and democratized wealth in the way that crypto has in modern day. Look, it really is the first new asset in 400 years. And I think that particularly young Africans are looking into that very attractively, whether it's on the public trading side or on the private side through FX and through money movement. So those are two areas that I think are big bright spots.
Yeah, on the crypto note, Dr. Ola, we've seen Nigeria. I was looking at a report where Nigeria just popped in at top 3 in crypto. I was like, wow, look at that. It was nowhere a few years ago, and now we see Nigeria as a top 3 crypto market, really moving enormous amounts of value through crypto. Can you share a little bit about how that came about? How did the market just explode like that?
Oh, that's so funny because 2 years ago, I'm a doctor of medicine, but when I finished my master's in finance, my professor said, we should do some more African-focused research. So somehow I made the mistake of following him to do a PhD. And when I looked around the sort of different topics, most people focus on credit, financial inclusion, but I wanted to do digital currencies. I wanted to study cryptocurrency in Africa. And I think he laughed in my face when I said that that's what I'm going to write a thesis on. because this was like a few years ago, and come sort of 2025, we're seeing sort of massive crypto adoption across Africa, particularly Nigeria. And I think, it shows that African young people do have the ability to be early adopters of technology and to lead the way both in private digital currencies like Bitcoin and also in public digital currencies as well. Ghana launched its eCedi, Nigeria launched its eNaira. Europe is still debating about the digital euro and the digital pound, and America is really far behind. So it shows that sort of in this area of financial services, and don't forget the way that I describe financial services is like one of those hourglasses. So you pour the sand in to the top, and then there's this middle piece, and then it goes to the bottom. That middle piece in the economy is financial services. They're taking an arbitrage off of every single transaction that we do. And a few years ago, I was building my portfolio investment strategy, and I did sort of a 20-year sort of DCF, really complex model for Disney, and I was like, I'm going to bet on Disney. And then I think I did CVS as well. I know healthcare very well. They were moving into insurance at the time, so I was super excited about CVS. And then I did Bitcoin with no analysis whatsoever. I just thought, why not? Bitcoin has outperformed all my analysis. All the ones that I built models for, I knew the fundamentals, I thought I had an idea about where the companies were going to go, they've actually underperformed. And Bitcoin has shown a degree of resilience that, we haven't seen in any other asset class. To sort of learn more about my perspectives, because I could talk about digital currencies forever, I actually have an hour and a half long video on my YouTube on digital currencies and the future of money. So that's something really exciting. I also wanted to quickly touch on the healthcare perspective. We have a new report out called the African Healthcare Unicorns Report, which looks at healthcare in Africa from two perspectives. Number one, people building in Africa for Africans, and some of the companies that are scaling in Africa, providing healthcare to African people, and that's sort of a lot of case studies of people that have raised Series A and Series B doing different things across the continent. But the second thread of that is people that are building for the world, and rapid deploy, for instance, an emergency. As a former, still in an emergency position, hobbyist, I was really proud to see Rapid deploy sell for Motorola. And this is an African company that now provides emergency services in over 20 US states. InstaDeep, for instance, an African company that does focuses on AI and the role of AI in drug discovery. Again, it was bought by a biotechnology leader, BioNTech, a German company, and that's African technology at the center of cancer vaccines, at the center of mRNA technology throughout the world. So investing in healthcare is investing in Africa primarily, but African companies have shown the ability to not just affect the health of Africans, but actually to improve health outcomes globally. So I think that healthcare is a kind of sector that you have to think about with a much wider lens. You're not just investing in Africa, you're actually seeding innovations that can lead to people living longer, healthier lives across the world.
Yeah, I'll come in there quickly as we're running a bit out of time. Just looking at, and I'd like to have any one of you comment on this, there's a lot of investment, a lot of success in fintech and a few other areas. Is there a feeling that perhaps we are over-investing in fintech at the expense of other areas? So if you look at cross-border trade, for example, that's still very small in Africa between the different markets. So if you look at the trade between South Africa and Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya and Nigeria, it's still quite small. And now that Trump has got everyone on a hammer, we're probably forced now to actually re-look at this and actually find ways to trade more. We've already solved cross-border payments. How far are we from solving cross-border trade?
Yeah, I can jump in here because I think that we've seen a lot of innovation in this space. So about half of the investments that Angel Group has done, some soaring, some who have hit market, not necessarily hit the right product market fit, have been in this space. So we have a company called Handled AI. It was formerly PayHippo, and it's focused on post-business interactions and logistics and cross-border interactions. We had a company that was focused on customs that was one of our first investments in the area. So we see a lot of opportunity in these spaces. I would say, and I'll just add on the crypto side, the US has, like I said, is always looking for following the exits. And so in the US, there haven't been major wins in crypto. So people are not really touching it from an investment standpoint, except for the enthusiasts who will always be there, right? But we do see, which makes sense, you guys are bluish. But we do see these companies that are managing, I mean, even there was a company recently that we were looking at that was focused on like records and government keeping and automating records in different governments and in different countries in Africa, right? There are huge opportunities to move things and people and files and information across borders and within.
Yeah, Ashmoro?
Yes, I think there's way too much focus on fintech. From an investor perspective, I get it. It has the best returns if we're talking, but I'm talking about the long-term health of Africa. So this is where I step out of maybe my investor lens and step into
your lawyer lens.
My other lens. I don't want to moralize it. My other lens. And if we're not facilitating, if we're not focusing on some of the infrastructure needs, some of the logistic needs, some of the other needs, because all our money is going to one of the highest returning assets, which that's what we want as investors. But if we're not doing that, then long term, what are we going to be, right? What are we going to be as a continent? Yes, we'll have the best payments everywhere, which payments is a huge issue across the continent. But there are so many different holes that government can't fix in Africa versus government being able to fix it because of bad government debt policies. So it's what can, and I don't want to put this on VCs, but what can the nonprofit investors or quote-unquote impact investors focus on to get the most impact for their buck?
Yeah, that's quite interesting. And we now live in a very complex world, you know, China versus US. Geopolitics have really become, you know, the center stage, taken center stage in everything that we do. Certainly Africa has not been spared. You know, you've seen Trump going after Lesotho, poor Lesotho. I think, you know, South Africa is still struggling to hammer out a deal, very complicated things here. I think along the way, on the flight, my brother was flying with one of the ministers here. He was quite tense going to Washington. So clearly, this is going to continue to play a big role. How do you think Africa could position itself in the midst of these geopolitical wars? Do we take sides, or do we kind of stay neutral like India? Or, you know, and given that a lot of the critical minerals will come out of Africa, and there's a race for them, well, what's your thought? I'm going to start with you, Dr. Ola.
So I see two big opportunities. I think that, you know, during COVID, what the US realized is what they thought was a global supply chain was actually a Chinese supply chain. And that's not a bad thing in itself. But I think, you know, it's a good idea for every country in the world not to be reliant on one place. Africa has a young population. In fact, by 2100, Africa's population will be 8 times China. Nigeria alone by 2100 will be bigger than China, second only to India. So that's a great manufacturing. So we should be positioning ourselves to say, look, America, you're only relying on one country for like a lot of your manufacturing. Why not diversify into Africa? We're closer, the shipping costs are smaller, we have a huge diaspora, there's a lot of opportunities for backward integration. So we should really be, I hope every minister from Africa here is positioning Africa as a manufacturing hub or an alternative manufacturing hub. I think another big impact is Europe has woken up. So I think that Europe had relaxed into being like America's playground where everybody goes for Mykonos for the summer or goes to London for the summer. But it wasn't a place where people, went to do serious business. It was becoming a museum. And I think that now that America has forced Europe to rethink about innovation in a really structured way. And I grew up in Britain, so, we basically, British business had ground to a halt. But now Europe is thinking really strategically about how to revitalize the innovation economy. And the third thing is about healthcare. USAID shut down really quickly. And for some African countries, that was 70% of budget for healthcare. Now, I'm not sure how we thought that it was going to continue forever, like us just getting free funding from America for 70% of our budgets. But what I did think was it was going to be phased out maybe over a decade. I didn't think it was just suddenly going to stop, and that was catastrophic in terms of diagnostics, HIV programs, food and nutrition programs. And I think, from a Health Africa perspective, is sort of one of the major players in early stage healthcare on the continent, we're feeling a huge responsibility to try and see what sustainable solutions we can fund and help create and help build that can't be taken away overnight.
Yeah, Stephen, your thoughts on this?
I 100% agree. All roads lead to Africa. If you're an allocator of capital, if you're a macro trader, there's no better long-term trade if you're not sort of beholden to the quarterly earnings and quarterly reporting. I was with a family many years ago behind InBev that acquired SAP, South African Brewing Company, and they paid an exorbitant multiple for business back in 2014, 2015. And their thesis was very simple, and it's kind of the same thesis, which is that Africans drink more beer per capita than anywhere else on the planet, and soon there will be more Africans than anywhere else on the planet. And that kind of is really the fundamentals of it. I think to specifically to your question about China, Africa, and the multipolar world we live in, which I don't think changes or goes away anytime soon, it's part of perhaps an answer to your prior question, which is that it's a collective bargaining problem and it's a collective action issue. Governments need to work together to trade iron for IP, right? Like 60% of arable land, 75% of fresh water, 30% of all critical mineral resources in the world sit there. Right? We know very well that extraction is not the solution to modernization, to manufacturing, but you need to have value-added goods and services and market. It's time to trade your IP for others' IP, right? And if you want our lithium, our manganese, our vanadium, then you better build your manufacturing industries in these markets. We don't want textiles. We want high-value goods and services being produced here. And I just, I see leadership in many of these markets still picking the apple versus the orchard. And that's a fundamental issue.
I'll just quickly add that we invested in a company that is around climate and renewable energy, right? And African Founders is a Nigerian-based company. China is ahead of the U.S. in that we have seen, trying to move into these, into the energy and infrastructure renewables space. And there are great founders who are local who are able to build incredible businesses there. So I think that's a huge opportunity.
Yeah. Just so in conclusion, each one of you will take turns. What are the 3 sectors and maybe 4 markets in Africa, you've alluded to it, that you think you could advise this audience to really look at over the next 10 to 15 years that are going to outperform?
30 seconds or less.
Yeah. Especially for you, Dr. Ola. We're giving you 30 seconds.
Invest in what you know. We know Nigeria Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa. We know their tax laws, we know their ministers, we know their central bank governors, we know their politicians, so we know everything that can help a company be built in those markets. So I would say invest in the markets that you know, you understand, you visit frequently.
Hello. I did that for the next 10 years. I think if you're taking a longer 20 to 50 year outlook, swim against the stream a bit. That's usually where the best returns are, when you swim against the stream. I'll say healthcare, logistics, real estate / construction tech. We have to house all of these new young people, and they don't want to be in the same houses as their parents eventually. That's going to change. And even though I didn't say fintech.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I didn't say fintech too much, but yes, fintech, but in different and new ways, and with different and new tools, especially on the enterprise side, right? I think that's a really important area. Like I said, I've talked about renewable energy, I've talked about climate. I haven't talked about health so much, but it's a personal passion of mine. And then we didn't also talk too much about talent, and how now that we're seeing there's incredible talent and companies becoming much more remote, and there's a huge advantage as we see the populations increase for African talent.
The best dressed man in the room coined a term called kings, which I like a lot. Maybe we need to add E into that for Egypt, King Z. Because I think Egypt's a really interesting market as well, a lot of innovation there, especially around fintech. And back founders building hard things, right? I think we often ignore that deep tech is also an attractive market, things that have hardware and supply chains. We have a really crack team in Kenya building the first direct air capture business in the global south. They are undercutting Climaworks, which is a Swiss-based company, 50% on their unit economics, raising maybe 1/100th the amount of money that Climaworks has raised. So, right, people are building hard things in these markets that have scale, that have load potential, and we like that. We like deep tech a lot.
Cool. Jason, for time for questions or?
Let's move forward, but do. Right after our founder pitches, we actually have a break. I think that'll be a great chance to ask our investors questions live. And so, do you want to do the round of applause, or do you?
Yeah, sure. Let's.
We'll do a round of applause for everyone. Do you want to say it, or do you want me to say it? So thank you all for our investors here. As I said, after this, we have our founder pitches, and we'll have a break during around noon for networking. And so we're about to kick off our first half of our founder pitches. But thank you again for all of you. I feel like, as an investor myself, it was hard not to jump into my own hands, and I don't remember coining the term kings. So thank you, don't you? But as they're getting the picture, we're up next. Again, we're splitting our founder pitches into two groups, and so we'll do 5 of them before the break and 5 of them after the break. The networking break will also have obviously refreshments, sandwiches, and things like that in the back. If you are too hungry to wait on that, there's some snacks in the back already. They were expensive, so you should grab them. And we will kick things off in 1 second. But thank you all. Turn these off. Oh, for the panel? Yeah. That one was about 40 or so. We built in buffer though. I mean, buffer for practical reasons, but then also if we had time for questions and things like that. So we brought that one, but it was quick.
Okay. I was going to do 40 minutes panel and then
I started, we built the buffer so we can at least get enough time. If we start on time, then take a question.
Yeah, because actually, I looked at you like, okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
Fantastic.
And for the Q&A, I will help you with the mic.
Thank you. Hi,
Yeah.
Jason is 5 to 5. I used to be corporate and kicked out and started doing startup in Ghana. In the Bay Area.
But you're in the Bay Area in Ghana. Oh, okay. Oh, Atlanta in Ghana. Oh, nice. I was born in Atlanta. They have a direct flight, right? Yeah. Atlanta has, honestly, some of the more available direct flights to Africa come from Atlanta, almost as many as New York. Because I am based in New York, yeah. But it was because I do global investing, so we moved from the Bay to New York, mainly to be able to do that. Well, that was, I said, he wanted to not go to, he wanted to show his website, and I told him that to you guys, so that's okay, because you guys said this. Okay, all right. But you're going to start, yeah, sorry. I'm wearing many hats. What do you want to do? Well, this should be up for your intro, and then I'll just get it ready.
Yeah, this one as the intro?
Yeah. Eric told me he can also show his website. Okay. But the only thing I'm all about is fairness, so other people, to let other people know. But I think we should limit it to demos. But what are you planning? You're just going to show it? Health benefits are? Oh, I see. We don't know what health benefits are. Okay, the only thing I've just found stuff is just fairness, so we'll have to allow other people to do that, but we'll do that. So you know how to do that. So during, press escape, so you're just going to click over, and you just show it like this, and you're going to come back, and you're just going to press slideshow. You want to try it? Escape. Show it, come back, leave it down. Or what are you trying to do? What do you need to do? Scroll, you just scroll. Okay, well, I'll let you do that. I mean, I'm sure you know how to do that.
But I'll definitely be at Wednesday, probably on Tuesday as well.
Yeah, I'll let you drive though. You're going to be driving. I won't be up there. So you're good. Bye, right? I don't know. Well, we just have to be fair. So I'm going to be fair on everything. So it could be longer than 30 minutes. I'm going to give you a time check. I'm maximum giving anyone 5 minutes. And then we'll do Q&A.
Although I'm streaming it would be nice to be able to switch over to some of the videos.
They were on time.
Got it, yeah. No, that's good.
Half the time in the U.S.
Okay, folks, we're going to get started in 1 minute. 1 minute. There will be another actual networking break right after the first 5 pitches, so don't worry, you can continue your conversations, but we want to make sure we actually give our founders a chance to share more about their company so you know what's network about, you know.
Ah, okay. I was going to ask whether you're based in
I know I'm making fun of it.
I
founder pitch so folks can find their seats. Again, we will have networking right after this, so you can continue these conversations. Folks in the back, if you want to find your seats, Trying to keep you on time, so let's do it.
You want to show all of them first, and then go to what is that? Yeah. Oh, but you want me to answer? Share with
Okay, everyone. So as you can see on the screen, we have a lot of exciting companies across a lot of the industries that you all just heard about, everything from healthcare to fintech to logistics and supply chain. Some touching all of those in terms of the Venn diagram. So we're going to kick things off. We're going to do 5 pitches before the break. And then we'll do 5 pitches after the break. My one request for you all is to make sure all of the founders get their time. So the more you all delay us, unfortunately, you're cutting off time from founders. So I want to make sure all of our founders get a chance to share the amazing work that they're doing so that you all can understand what the innovations they're bringing to the continent. So first up, we have Mocha. They're going to share more about checkups. And so each founder will have about, we're going to say 3 minutes because it's going to turn into 5. So each founder has 3 minutes to share more about the company, and then we'll have a short Q&A, so you can ask about 2 or 3 questions total for the audience. So get those ready in your brain as they're pitching as well. And the whole goal here is to really learn more about their companies. So please do ask your questions. Don't be hesitant, because I'm sure if you have a question, someone else has that question. And if you don't ask it, I have plenty of questions, so I'll ask some questions. So first up, Mocha, you want to share more about checkups?
You can take one.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here. Well, full disclosure, this is my second time at Angel AFA Africa. The first time was 2016, and it was my good luck because we exited our first company, which was a digitalization of hospitals. We had 60 hospitals. We sold that company to a Chinese company, which allowed me to invest in this company, but the data from that company is also the backbone of Tech Explorer. So I know there is a check-in for me in the room here because this is my lucky day. And I know Actual Brewer was ready. His check is in the hopper, just waiting for the ink to get dry. So if I'm excited, you know why. Now, we have built, Africa's first health benefit trading platform based on the data. And I'm just going to walk you through it, and I'll tell you why that is important. Because we need something that changes the way healthcare is delivered and distributed in Africa. If you're an individual or a small business, you go to our website, and we have different scenarios. In case you are a small shop, a professional like a barista, for $50 equivalent, you can put 5,000 shillings. And let's see here, you can scroll down. And you select Smart, and you unlock 4 times more value. What we did was we took 1 million claims from all the hospitals, the 60 hospitals, analyzed them, and we realized that actually private insurance is using the cost of goods plus the high cost of overhead and the cost of distribution to sell claims. That is why private insurance is too expensive. And right now, less than 5% of African households can afford private insurance, leaving over 150 million banked households uninsured. Africa cannot rise if healthcare is unaffordable. So we use the actuarial model where we are running an actuarial analysis based on the cost of goods in any market. We tokenize that with our markup, and we distribute in the form of benefit streaming, which is what our platform does. And so once that you buy this, you see here we've tokenized. So for $50, you get over $50 of consultation value, $70 of laboratory, $50 worth of diagnosis, and $20 worth of medication. You go to WhatsApp, you put in cover, and we deliver the medicines to your house. We deliver labs to your house. You have access to the doctor within 5 minutes. Right now, then we realize that, well, this was not enough. We kind of had to say, well, so you put in your ID, but many people do not have money. So the next issue was, if you don't have money, then what? I can tell you that as a doctor, and I'm sure Dr. Brown has experienced that as well, 7 out of 10 patients ask me, doctor, how much does that cost? They don't ask, will I get well? How much does that cost? And they don't have money. So we realized that we have to bring in the financing part into the equation. And the good news is that we have created a backbone for us to integrate with banks, where you get instant credit approval and financing from a bank. And I'm pleased to say that we have finally signed our first partnership and integrated with the 3rd largest bank in Kenya, giving us access to 2.6 million lives. With that integration and the bank giving $500 of credit to a family, we unlock $2,000 of healthcare benefits, beating the private insurance hands down by a large margin. We are integrating as well with the largest flower farms in Kenya. We have now 3 flower farms, and for the first time, the flower farm workers are getting chest x-rays, blood work done while in the farm using our products, right? So, I'm out of time, but I'm here to say, we have converted $1.9 million in debt to over $15 million in revenue, built a backbone that is generating revenue from insurance, and now we're scaling into Kenya. We're scaling in Kenya, South Sudan, and we're looking at the 3rd country. DRC wants to leverage a platform where the government will give guarantees to civil servants. So for $500 of credit to a civil servant will have access to $2,000 of outpatient benefits, thereby closing the equation of universal health care without spending a dollar. That is checkups cover, and we're raising money, $3 million, with the price round, which we are introducing to African-led funds because they would understand our product more than anybody else. They have parents back home who need the solution. And we believe that we must give in order to get. And so we hope that you join us on this journey. Thank you.
And we have time for maybe 2 questions. I will say I appreciate that you kept your own time check, but I also thought it was interesting you kept talking after that. Time for 2 questions. If anyone else had any questions, go for it.
Thank you. You said that you came across this company while you were building the other one?
We sold the other one and used the money and the data to build this company.
At what point did you realize that this was the pathway for you?
Very good question. I'll take just to tell you a story. When we were doing the electronic medical record business, I was doing an audit in one of the hospitals in Kisumu, and I woke in the morning, and it was a baby. The father was coming with the mother, but the father was carrying the baby. It was 7:30 in the morning. I'm there to check the system to see if they're working, the servers and everything. Then I noticed that the dad is carrying, if you've done emergency medicine, you know that if the dad is carrying the baby, it's urgent. Now, because the dad feels he can walk faster than the mother, that's the whole logic. So now, as we're seated there, I look at the data that the nurse had put in. She put in malaria. It's like, malaria is mothers who carry the baby for malaria, not the dad. So I went and checked the baby, and the baby had pneumonia. The baby's Clifford, 6 months old boy. Now, I said, if I am selling a solution where the data being transmitted is malaria, but the diagnosis is wrong, we have an issue. So that's the first thing. That I said, I'm not in this business of just data reporting. But what happened was that I diagnosed that baby at 8 o'clock in the morning, prescribed Rosifin. Rosifin is an injectable antibiotic. So now, in that rural hospital, no Rosifin. This is a government hospital. We referred them to a clinic down the road. It was, they didn't have Rosufi. They went to the district hospital, Ahero, no Rosufi. They went to the main hospital in Kisumu General. They found Rosufi, it was $40.
Oh.
That was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The parent came back to the village to now start begging for money. They got money, $40 at 11 o'clock at night. The baby got antibiotics at midnight. What did I say? Where is the bottleneck in healthcare? $40 and that baby's life. With 4 hospitals that have failed. Proximity to the household is not what we deliver healthcare. If we do not unlock financing real time, and so part of our platform now is that farmer will take a picture of his cow, take a picture of his home assets, and we send that to the bank or microfinance and he unlocks credit in real time. He could have gotten that dose even delivered to him at home, and that is a dream. And instead of paying $40 because of the supply chain, he can get it at $25 and have more leverage for his cow. That's what we think to accomplish. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's give it up one more time. I know we have a few of the folks that have other questions. Again, I will shameless plug for the networking right after this. So I encourage you to find them right after and ask them your questions. But up next, we have Ndovu. Veronica, do you want to come forward? And thank you again for kicking us off.
Thank you.
Of course. Awesome. Let's give it up for Veronica.
Thank you so much. Okay. Brilliant. Hi everyone, my name is Radhika and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ndovu. I have over 15 years of experience in asset management at BlackRock, and I moved back to Kenya, so I'm originally Kenyan, to help build a platform that helps people achieve financial freedom. So take a journey with me. Imagine your mother sitting back home who diligently saves, but her savings aren't earning anything. You have a cousin back home that works at a shop. However, she's struggling to save for her children's financial future. This is the reality of millions of Africans across the continent. That's why I actually went back to found Ndovu. Think of us as the Robin Hood of Africa that is making investing easy, simple, via mobile money. So in Africa today, there's 1 billion people on mobile money who transact over $1 trillion every single year. Yet, access to assets is expensive, hard to find, and only built for the privileged. So what does that really mean? That means that Africans have to continue working really, really hard, but not actually creating any wealth over time. And so Ndovu is solving this by being a mobile-first investment platform that provides you with a savings solution through your phone. You're able to invest in global shares. You're able to invest in indices funds. And now we're tokenizing African assets. And why is Ndovu different? So we're the first fintech in East Africa to have multi-country licensing, which is a regulatory moat that allows us to scale through Africa. We have signed the largest telcos and banks across Africa to partner with them to embed our solution into their existing user journeys, unlocking millions of users. So one good example is Airtel, who has 14 country presence and has over 155 million users waiting to be unlocked. So why are we the right team to build this product? So just under 3 years, we have onboarded over 200,000 users. We've acquired $7.1 million of assets under management, and we have 20x our revenue. And most importantly, we do think of our business and improving the business health. We've reduced our customer acquisition costs by 76%, doubled our lifetime value, and have a healthy margin of 87%. And what I'm really excited to share is that now is the time. Africa is the world's largest young population that's growing really quickly. You heard from everyone on the panel ahead of us that actually in 2030, 1 in every 3 young people will be African. And what's really, really exciting is that last year, our crypto adoption rose by 52%. And why is that important? So we are taking Ndovu to be a global company. We recently got grant funding from Coinbase to look at ways of tokenizing African assets, which means We are making African investing seamless, allowing the global investors, diasporas, etc., to easily invest in Africa, but also unlocking local liquidity, which means we can generate efficiency within the local market. So our vision is bold yet simple. We believe in the next 10 years, every African will have access to capital markets, and we believe globally people will be able to invest seamlessly in Africa. Thank you.
You are great at timekeeping, I love it. We have time for 2 questions.
Thank you so much. This is such an important problem to solve. I just want to understand how you're getting around KYC, you know, especially for Africans trying to invest outside the continent into the US market.
Great question. So in terms of KYC, being at BlackRock, AML KYC is at the core of what we did. And so I've leveraged some practices from that, but also we use providers who have digitized account verification, AML, and KYC. So whether you know it or not, there's a lot of companies that do this, and we use an API to be able to instantly verify who you are. One example is that I had a client send over $200,000 the other day, and he ran on a PEP list. And so the biggest challenge we have is making sure that we don't contaminate or run through any risk to our business. And unfortunately, we had to wire the money back because they were on a PEP list. So we are doing the checks, and we have the governance and the infrastructure in place.
So I have a question, and just quick introduction. I work at a hedge fund, $4 billion fund out of Baltimore. And my question is about your AUM. I'm not sure about the model in Africa, but the fee is a bit steep. What kind of investment model do you use to justify the fees? Because before your clients make any money, you have to at least return 5%, 6%. So how are you doing your asset mix, and how does that and then how is that scalable?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So just my background, being at BlackRock, the funds that charge 10 basis points, 15 basis points, but the market in Africa is fragmented, and it's still miles away ahead. So just to give you a bit of context, the asset management industry in Kenya was put together 25 years ago. So it's very nascent, and that means that eventually pricing competition will come in, but for now, the cost of doing business is higher. So the value, for example, traditional funds in Kenya, like a money market fund, a multi-asset fund, are charging anywhere from 5 to 7%, so we're actually cheaper. And the value that we bring is that we help the local African be global in their investment strategy. And that's a value that we provide, but we do it being more competitive. Now, I would love to get to a position where I can be at scale and bring down our fees so we're putting more back into people's pockets. But the funny, interesting fact was when we started this product, we were charging 90 basis points, which is 0.9%, and our users said to us, is this a scam? Why are you so much cheaper than the market? And it was, there's a lot of learnings, but that was one that I genuinely was like, oh my God. And so when we increased it to 4.5%, guess what? We got so much more money in the door. Bizarre.
Awesome. Well, let's give it up for Annika. And another Thank you. So next we have Chip Mango, and Agnes is going to share more about what they're up to. I'm sorry.
And Tope.
And Tope, sorry.
Yeah.
Luckily we have multiple names. Here you go.
Hi everyone. My name is Mike on?
Yes.
All right. Hi, I'm Agnes, and at Chipmongo, we are on a mission to turn the tiniest piece of technology into Africa's greatest opportunity. AI has been all the buzz lately. You've heard about it on all the sessions today, and at the core and the foundation of AI is a small and powerful engine, the microchip. And as AI, 5G, IoT, and other advanced technologies have scaled, have scaled, so has the demand for these chips. That said, there's a problem. The talent to design these chips is not keeping up. And this is proving to be the single largest bottleneck that's threatening the future of innovation. Companies are offering up to 6 figures in salaries, but they're still not able to fill all the seats that they have available. And in the last few years, we've seen geopolitical tension, supply chain disruption that have proven that concentrating these resources in just a few countries is not a sustainable model. And that's where Chipmango comes in. Our goal is to unlock the largest untapped talent pool for chip design services, and that is Africa. We're not building expensive foundries, we're actually building software-driven microchip design centers in Africa, starting in Nigeria. By partnering with local universities, we have about 20 signed up on our platform. We're training engineers to world-class standards and deploying them to real-life projects. And we're proving that our model works. So last year, we launched our first microchip design center in Lagos with an initial team of 15 engineers. We've continued to scale that. And just this year, we signed our first US pilot contract with a client who's based in the US. That has put us to roughly $200,000 in revenue. But that barely scratches the surface. So the global market for semiconductor talent and services is about 150 billion. But we're laser focusing on the US design services market that's about 15 billion, because that's where we've seen that the cost of talent, as well as the scarcity of talent, has created the most acute pain points.
Just want to clarify, when people get chip design, they immediately think foundries, manufacturing, TSMC. This is a VC scalable model. It's a very capital-light model. And basically what we do is we provide clients with a 80% cost savings compared to US and India, and without compromising quality. And then we actually deliver over 70% margins. And each design center capacity can actually generate $5 million in revenue. And we have an incredible founding team. We have founders from Intel, Tesla, Waymo, Google, and these are people with deep industry expertise and deep industry expertise. And just so today we are seeking $1 million in funding. And what we're trying to scale this workforce. We're trying to bring Africa into the microchip global supply chain. And we're also trying to develop the future of Africa. Like people said during the other session, we don't just want to do fintech. Before you bank your banks, you have to make sure your banks have money to spend. So this is a way to invest in the continent and also invest in the future of Africa. So thank you.
Awesome. We have, again, time for a couple questions. Any questions? There we go.
Yeah, great pitch, Amos. Yeah, my question is, if you look at the whole chip design space, very dominated, let's say, by the Chinese and probably the Indians, you know, you obviously are looking at a way to carve a niche there. How are you going about it? You know, would you have cost advantage? What's your competitive advantage?
Yes. So I think we're attacking this in two unique ways. One is what you mentioned, cost advantage. So China and India, the cost arbitrage is no longer existent. They've become very expensive, but we're still able to offer those cost savings for US clients. And on top of that, African talent is brilliant. We have smart engineers. And our goal is not to just fill the roles that are currently open. Our goal is to be able to leverage this talent to also begin to build IP. And I think that will enable us to eventually differentiate ourselves from people who are just service providers to, you know, people who actually innovate on local IPs.
And we also have a language advantage.
Yeah.
Nigeria has 200 million English-speaking people in the same time zone as Europe. And so there's a lot of advantages. All you have to do is train the talent, and you can actually have an enormous advantage over India and China.
One more question. Any more questions? Oh, there we go.
I'll pass it. Do you mind using the mic though, because we're recording real quick? Do you mind repeating it?
Do you do anything in quantum? If you give us a big check, we will.
Not yet, but we can.
Yeah, we can.
Do you want to elaborate on your question?
Because I'm an investor in quantum, so I am looking for cheap, but cheap. The quantum chip designers are very expensive.
Well, the Chipmango, I would love to talk to you.
Call that market pool.
Oh yeah, we have time for one.
Sorry.
Really briefly, can you just say your roles, what each of you does?
Yeah, happy to share. So I am the head of operations. There we go, take two. I'm the head of operations and chief of staff at Chimango, and I've been on the team from the onset. So, seeing from the day we were incorporated and being there as a team has been scaling.
And I run financial strategy for them. And one of the reasons that's important is we're also trying to make sure it's profitable from the jump, which is a mistake startups make. Our two co-founders couldn't be there because they're GITEX in Nigeria right now, trying to work on microchip, also working on the contracts that we have with the US clients. So they sent the B team over there.
Doing great on time, everyone. Thank you. So up next, we're going to hear a little bit about Timor.
So I just landed in Johannesburg, and this is what happens. I'm looking for a ride, there's no signal, and there's no driver. But what happens when I do get a driver, and they cancel on me. But I have to worry about something else, which is safety. And safety in South Africa is a whole different issue to worry about. And as a driver, what I have to worry about is half my fees going to a platform like Uber, right? And that's basically like doing charity. You know, imagine working all day and then you get half your earnings going to a platform, right? So my name is Cordy. I'm the CMO of Timor Rides, and what we're doing is mobility. We're Africa's first decentralized ride-sharing platform, and we're built for Africa. And the problem is, as a rider, what's to think about is safety, reliability, and choice. So with us, you get to pick your own rides. You get to also, there's an issue with background checks and unsafe cars, right? And as a driver, half your earnings go to the platform. But also, you're living in a place, you're working for unstable income where the platform is unreliable. So at Timor, what we do, we focus on solutions, which is starting with fair pay. 20% goes to us, and 80% goes to the drivers. Offline solutions, so in places with low signal, you're able to call a ride, call a driver, and there won't be an issue. That's an issue of the past. The other is choice. So as a rider, you get to pick your own personal driver. As well as a cashless system, we're implementing mobile money, which is something very big in South Africa and Africa in general. 7% of it is, happening in the continent. As well as safety, which is very important because we're integrating decentralized identity, as well as features where people are able to verify in a few minutes, not weeks, right? And for us at Timo, we've already done some pilots where we've had 500 drivers test our platform, as well as 5,000 rides, right? And where we're going with this is that as a mobility platform, offline, mobile money, giving drivers a choice and giving our drivers ownership, because the goal is local ownership, right? And having where it's Africa meeting a platform that is able to build a tech stack which is surrounding central identity, ownership, and choice. And what we're doing here is we're raising this a small fund, which is about $150,000, as to get started and get the MVP going. And something really specific happened, which is last week, Africa is now, South Africa does approve ride sharing for public transportation. So, and I'm very excited because what we're doing here is the future of mobility, where we're building for Africa and creating the next mobility platform for the continent. Thank you.
Sorry. We have time for a couple questions, and I will still open your mic. Any questions?
Yeah, great presentation, Corey. Yeah, South Africa is obviously a very difficult market. The taxi, groups, very dominant, and often can be quite violent, wanting a stake in the whole thing. And I'm sure you've seen Uber and Bolt. There's been a lot of talks and possibilities. How is Timon looking to really partner with them? They've tried to kind of set up their own mobility platform, but obviously they're not skilled in this, Are you looking to partner with them in any way?
So we're B2B, so we work directly with hotels, airports, transportations, and I don't know if you guys know, Africa has the fastest growing tourism in all the world. This is a very great benefit for definitely South Africa in general. So we're able to work directly with hotels, airports, and have them, and the thing about our business model is that 20% goes to us, but the 3% goes to these partners, these hotels, and all the users are able to be vetted through our essential identity platform.
One more question, but I'm going to ask a question beforehand because you can say more about your team, and obviously you have other co-founder on the fly, so maybe share more about your team.
Yes, I have so much to discuss. So my team, I've been in crypto for the past 10 years. I studied essential identity. Stable coins, mobile money is something that I've integrated in the platform, but I've been in the DeFi space for like 7 years now, 8 years now. I'm one of the pioneering DeFi builders. And I also have somebody who's my CMO, as my CTO, is David. We bring a technology which is called Oasis Web 4, and it's something that's going to allow mesh networks and Bluetooth connectivity for offline rides to make this all possible. And our CEO is Edison. He's someone that's located in South Africa, and he's the vision behind all this, as in the local, and understands the people, he understands the problems, and able to bring out this. And I'm here as a CMO to bring out the solutions to these issues in South Africa as well. And one more, the CSO Max is a former Uber, who's also part of the tech that I'm bringing into the platform that's innovating the mobility tech stack we're doing in South Africa.
Thank you for entertaining. I know that we invest in technology, but we first and foremost invest in people, so I wanted to make sure you had a chance to share more about your team. Any other questions? We have time for one more question, if anyone has a question. Going once. Going twice. Don't be shy.
Yeah, because I think it's very important, because for me, I believe for us to get the economies to thrive in Africa, we start with mobility. It's a very big thing, and that's something that I'm very passionate about, because once we're able to innovate what's going on with South Africa and how people move, we're able to change economies, change how people are able to grow in society.
100%. And I give it up for the team. I would say I agree. I think access starts with the movement because people have money, and that's something that we believe really strongly about. So thank you for the presentation. And we have one more before lunch. Wait, are you not supposed to be next? No, you aren't. No. Yeah, you're next. I mean, you were sitting here. I thought you were ready to be next. So we'll learn a little bit more about FastAgger right before we have the break.
Cool, thanks. I come between you and lunch. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamik Kariki, co-founder and CEO of FastAgger. So, what I told you, there's an air company that is actually innovating even more than what's happening in Silicon Valley on how to democratize AI. And that is actually FastAgger. And so what FastAgger is, we built a platform to shrink AI models, deploy them on device, offline, at the edge. And our team is myself and my other two co-founders. I found myself in Japan studying embedded systems And during that time, we spent a lot of time, going to Toyota, to see the factory floors, to see the robotic arms. But that was the time when it was, pre-programmed robotic arms. But it was quite interesting seeing that. And it was also around the same time that AlphaGo came out from DeepMind. And we actually saw intelligence actually beating a human being at a game which no one ever thought was possible. And so we started thinking about how come, if you could get this autonomous intelligence in these robots working with the humans, and then there's a Japanese concept that they use in terms of saying that it's actually humans working with AI, not AIs taking over. And the Japanese are very particular about that. So I infused that thought into my head. And my co-founder, our CTO, he was studying his PhD here in Atlanta, Georgia, and his PhD was actually taking global weather systems and AI and putting them on a local level. And he would have to hike across Savannah, Georgia, even during some of the floods, to change the sensors using SD cards across the edges. And we thought there has to be a better way to do this. And my other co-founder, she was working on operations analysis at Klarna, one of the largest fintechs in Europe. But she was actually having to do analysis on 5,000 employees using very complicated APIs, whether you could actually do a lot of this on a laptop running a machine learning model on the laptop. And so we brought all this together, and we're like, okay, we have all this talent, what do we do on the continent? Right now, there is a digital divide, and what's coming is an AI divide. There is possibility of actually being able to use AI in the village for a healthcare worker to work on an edge device connected within the environment, collecting genetic data and processing it on-site. There is opportunities in schools, in remote areas where you can have edge devices communicating with the teachers so that they can mark the homework or assess the students so that they can actually spend more time with students. We've actually built out a lot of these solutions. We have been engaging with partners such as Jacaranda Health on turning Uliza Llama into something that can be put on an edge server in a hospital. We've engaged with some of the largest publishers in Kenya to actually build edge models that can run on the server and communication done with them via WhatsApp. We've actually been able to engage with Safaricom, where we built an OCR model that runs on device as a personal business assistant for MSMEs. It's launched on their M-Pesa business super app that already has 1 million downloads, and in 4 months we've already gotten 3,000 MSMEs signing up for this and processed a lot of their PDFs already, right? We've also partnered on workforce management. So again, my Japanese thought of, you don't remove humans from the picture, but we built an AI model that runs on a device offline and is actually able to communicate by SMS to a workforce in a security space, asking them whether they're safe in their workplaces, because most of, actually, if you look at Kenya, most of the employed people are actually in the security services. So there are about 300,000 people employed in security service. So this is already a global partner. Actually, we found out that they are actually the #1 private security company in the world, and they are quite a Kenyan company, and we're working with them. So the opportunity of running AI on device offline actually also changes the equation of AI is gobbling up a lot of energy, gobbling up a lot of water, gobbling up a lot of increasing costs and impacting privacy. But if you can be able to run it on device efficiently, then you have embodied AI. So robotics, we actually, interestingly, we ended up, I was going for getting into a conference for free because it was $2,000 here into this AI infrastructure conference in San Francisco. So we applied for the innovation showcase. And so I just, happy that I got in without paying $2,000, but we ended up winning. Just also verifying that you can have innovation coming out of Africa and also being relevant in the US. For example, the US wants to compete in manufacturing, but how do you reduce the costs on the floor of having the AI running there without using a lot of power and without spending all your money on AWS? So that's us. Thank you.
Great job. As I advance the slide, any questions that folks have? Yeah.
Sorry for
You're like I have 20 questions.
I know all these founders who have always got a lot of questions. I think looking at past data is pretty important. AI is quite important, but the big question is, do we adapt it to solve Africa's problems? Because Africa's, at this stage, our issues are quite basic, if I can call it that, often it's really just understanding basic infrastructure like water. Is water flowing through the municipal sewer network? Is the electricity working in a township? Where are the problems? How are you using fast sector to solve those kind of basic issues? And are you getting headway with government agencies that run some of this infrastructure?
Working with government is a different story, but I think what we've realized, the whole idea of Australia came actually trying to figure out how AI can actually impact Africa. If you look at the name Fast Tagger, when you're building machine learning or AI, you actually first have to create the training data sets. So we were saying we have to do it really fast and build those data sets for Africa so we can actually catch up with AI. And so it was actually, we started because we were trying to solve constraints in Africa. And so we've been seeing, some governments and organizations being interested in applying in Africa. The only challenge is always like, how do you connect with them? For example, FastAgra was also one of the organizations that was helping Kenya come up with the AI strategy and roadmap for the next 5 years, and we actually really pushed for Edge AI within that, and we've actually ended up talking with a couple of departments in the government in terms of our whole government approach on how to do AI. In terms of formal contracts with them, the government procurement process, you have to go through procurements, a lot of rounds of different things, so we're still having conversations with that. But, for example, in electricity, we've actually been having a conversation with one of the largest sort of electricity meter manufacturing companies in Nigeria on how we could actually deploy models for, managing optimization of loads and also, avoiding people cheating on their, meters and such. But that kind of data could also be used in managing loads even for that sector. We've had conversations with people from the Kenya Power. We've also had conversations with people in the water sector. So a lot of this with government and with other sectors, it has been ongoing conversations, but we've had private sector actually move much faster. So we've had very good conversations with organizations such as Accent Telecom. And so, for example, Accent, they have a lot of internet fiber across the country, so this fiber to the home boxes. So we're helping them build computer vision models that their ops teams can use to actually manage their infrastructure out in the field, even in areas without internet in places like Togo or Senegal. So we're finding like private sectors moving much faster actually than the government, but it's still all sectors that impact problems on the continent.
One more. Yes, so there are so many interesting potential applications for the company. So I'm curious, as you do this next $1 million raise, where do you immediately plan to invest that money? Or what kind of town or area are you planning to grow? You've mentioned a lot of different sectors, but do you see kind of immediate sector that you want to grow?
So our number one focus right now is abstracting our platform in terms of an SDK, which can be used by any organization once you plug into it. We have noticed that, for example, in the US, we've talked to some robotics companies which would be interested in using that because they already have the talent to be able to deploy it. But in a lot of other cases, we found ourselves playing a sort of, Accenture, also technology partner role, where we're actually sitting down, understanding a problem, building a model, deploying it also for them, and orchestrating it for them. But immediately for us right now, in terms of the capital, we already identified talent in Kenya. We shouldn't need to pay the whole $1 million for a year that we could continue working with to expand our team. Our CTO is pretty much been doing all this, and we're getting a lot of demand coming in from that. So that will be augmenting the software, machine learning, and senior software development team, and doing a lot more in terms of business development, also in the US, so that within the US we feel like there can be a lot more revenue, and we can use actually that revenue to subsidize some of our operations across the continent. So we still need to do a lot more convincing on the continent.
Awesome, and we have time for a couple more, so.
Yeah, really, how many people do you have now? And
we are reaching 3 people.
And so how many would you like to hire for that million?
Three more people.
I think maybe a little bit on the background of the team itself.
Yes.
You want to share more about the team?
Yes. So Stephanie, our chief data scientist, well, she's amazing at everything. So her background, very quant heavy, actual science in Kenya, then worked in India for a while, worked in management consulting, so the version of McKinsey in Africa, and then she went and did big data and analytics in Spain, and then she worked for Klarna for about 4 years as an operations analyst and data analyst. Then there's Jude. He doesn't like being called Dr. Jude, but so he did his PhD at Georgia Tech on machine learning and computational models in weather, and then previous to that he was at MIT Media Lab, worked at Harvard on data pipelines, and he's undergraduate in computer science in Kenya. Then myself, embedded systems and ICT for D from Japan, and then worked a lot within the impact and social innovation space in India, Brazil, across Europe and Africa.
Awesome. Well, let's give it up one more time, and thank you for coming. And give it up for all 5 of our founders. Sorry, this is my alcohol, right? So it's not but up next we have, again, a chance to just connect with our founders. So Sarah does see some people have already discovered some of the refreshments in the back, so good job. For those that need a bathroom break, there's also a bathroom right in the lobby. If you need anything, just come up and ask. And in about 45 minutes or so, we'll get back in with the second of our pitches. But thank you all for listening to our awesome first 5 founders. Let's go.
Good job. I love it. So before when I you don't let it get out of control. It's very easy to let it spit out. When I was in college, the highest paying job that I could find was tournaments. Oh yeah. And so they used to pay me like $50 an hour. So I was like $50 an hour. I was like, I'll do that. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm so I did events, and so it's funny because now it's so in part of our. It's 5 to 5. So we're a bit fun, but we do investing, but we also do a lot of events for startups. So what's your seed fund? Yeah, and global. So we do global, but we and that's what I do here. I'm based here. Yeah, and I have multiple. We're all so everyone's remote first, and we have a couple people in Africa, a couple people in India. I have 1 person in Canada, 1 person in France. They're a lot of them are former Google folks that you work with, etc. Like a alumni fund, basically, or in terms of other kind of or is it just your own? A lot of those, it's a mix of all 4 of those things. So, as I said, it was funny. So we started from a lot of SVPs, and those SVPs were honestly a lot of them. Like a club. Initially, initially it was like a lot of it. And similar to that, like collecting as well. Which I started talking about the same time we did for like but we started SVPs, a lot of and so then we're doing doing testing, and then a lot of it, honestly, I'm going to call it also friends and family. I don't know, a lot of people from like former jobs, Google, some alumni groups that I'm part of, and so anyone who's like, honestly, anyone who can be kind of walk. And I used to say, it's like, there's a lot of, I used to, before where I work for institutions in San Francisco, and I always thought that it's like, there's so much opportunity. Really no mechanism to get it. Well, and also, there's a lot of desire. Like, a lot of the partners are like, it's not San Francisco, we don't care about that kind of thing. And so I've always felt good about that. And so I ultimately was like, how can I just find other things? It's not just, it's not even, obviously there isn't impact on one another, but it's not. But we also do it because we think there's a whole lot of opportunity. They want to see what here. So started finding those people, started co-investing with a small fund and the angel group, and then that's kind of taken off from there. But I mean, still raising seeds, so yeah, it'll be a while before my goal is so
You think it's going to be 3 years? It's a decade.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Venture is funny. But the thing is, you get so invested in these companies, you stick with them because they become part. They become your children. With this sort of sense. And there's a lot of because I'm thinking about all of these, like the woman, she's at a really interesting spot, but how she outpaced the collapse in margin of feet. Because she's on some sort of curve, and at some point it's going to go, tend to where the rest of the world is. But she has a little arbitrage opportunity here for some period of time.
I mean, and that's the part that's kind of exciting and challenging, right? Like I think in all the last 2 years, all my years, I don't want to monopolize revenue's growing in Naira, but Naira was I think for me, the other part that's very fulfilling is that I feel like understand what's happening more because I think as a U.S. investor that was based on so much about what's happening here, and I thought I was believe my person, but a lot of these things
when you think about it on a weighted average basis, actually this doesn't mean so much anymore. Most of it's out there.
And again, I learned so much from it. I learned so much about Africa, all these countries, and I learned so much about geopolitical stuff, the financial markets, the infrastructure in this place, where money's moving outside of it, and that to me is also building market perspective. We got a real
going in the wrong direction. I've been with Aaron since really 25 years, so always I've really not been talking now. They already started. Most of the historical provider too. Rockefeller, USA, I came in founded the first CEO, now runs security at Rockefeller. She's still the second CEO came from USA, brought the innovations, methodology. It's already kind of a systemized thinking kind of place. And did a lot of projects for USA, which had been all about the first Trump administration. So there's all these things popped up around DC that were basically running projects in Bangladesh, Caribbean, and Africa. And then when I came in, those things were soft landing. Luckily, we got a request from a Chinese American family that had passed away. They left their estate to us with the caveat there was no real connection. They knew it through their lawyer who thought GKI was just nimble and small. And they didn't want, when they were going to give their money to the Asian Society, and they were like, we're just it's like giving money to the Metropolitan Museum or it's like it's a drop in the bucket. And so they knew GKI was sort of nimble and small. They wanted to support U.S.-China relations. So I got he happened to be an East Asian librarian at the University of Washington. So I found out about the Council of East Asian Librarians, which are in these collections all over the United States. In the summer, we sent 20 academic librarians to China to meet with their peers, sort of small D diplomacy, but also information access, integrity, and kind of keeping everybody together on the truth. And then the second thing is we fund Global China Lab, which is a publishing platform for about 500 academics around the world doing research on domestic and global China. They have two publications that they publish. One journal from Beijing China Journal, the other is Global China Pulse. One's dealing with kind of domestic internal, one's China in the world. And we do the People's Map of Global China, which basically tracks all the PRI projects, citizen journalists in those locations reporting on those projects and stuff. Well, I don't right now. I sent my teammate took the team there, but our goal there is to sort of amplify content so that the U.S. understands China better. Has a really poor understanding of really what we're dealing with. For instance, in the scam economy, on the compound capitalism with all these essentially slaves working and being through the scams, getting recruited into these compounds, and they're essentially slave Thailand. And it's in Myanmar, Cambodia, Thailand, and in the West, it's always been presented as the Chinese government. Bad Chinese actors, but it's a global phenomenon. In China, so it's like an area where China and the US would work together. Our background was on SDG interventions, US natives. Our goal is to kind of get China and the US working. And the two areas that we hope someday to get working together is environment and transnational labor to set the floor kind of on these areas.
Do you all have like
to come out of development background, but the sort of the strategic projects I'm thinking about are democratizing access to AI, which even a lot of but also that topic I brought up earlier, which is like how do we have AI but also like keep diversity of so that's of interest. And then the second is accelerating private capital for development, which is closing this, and I talked about the continuum from development dollars and just how do we bring, or how do we structure things in a way that first loss or whatever it might be to try to with the absence of, there's a gap. And somebody's got to fill it. It's going to have to come to the private side. Some of that's philanthropy, but some of that is just, I worked at G Capital. I was the edge guy at G for 15 years. So I was always going into new geographies without the business model. But with the idea that we needed to move along, they had to walk before eventually they could buy a jet engine or they could buy an MRI machine. So kind of been at that edge of development. So anyway, I was going to know.
One thing I was going to say is before we get break, so I do a lot of mentoring with the Silicon Valley like team and startups that like go accelerate. They have like an accelerator program that are the same like how do we like how do we build bridges? And so I do a lot of mentoring with their founders. Really? Also, and so if that's ever helpful.
So you're here in the city, right? Yeah. Maybe we can have coffee together sometime. Because I'd love to talk about that. One of the next groups I've been thinking about, there was a really interesting, like my friend Mark Wilson, if you remember coming across this thing, he's in DC, he was a bipartisan, also he started Air America Radio. But he's a real DC, and kind of knows everybody. And he used to run a program with Technion in Israel, Baidu, and University of Maryland. And it was like it was a seed.
I was like, I don't even associate those three.
Exactly. It was a personality-driven thing that sort of got it. There was something, people knew each other. But the idea was U.S., China, and Israel. So, but going back to the UN, so that was actually successful, and then, everything got pulled apart. And there are a lot of examples of those.
I always think that it's going to be, there will always be competition because there will always be people on the other side that don't agree with kind of the global mindset. And so it's important, it's even more important for us to stay steadfast in our belief of that because we're the only ones keeping where it is paid.
I would like, the librarians, so we're global knowledge initiative. So I kind of see the academic librarians are sort of the foundation upon which all research is done. So they're like the enabling technology for the brains that are going out and doing the research and stuff, right? And so, and then the next level up is the innovators who are kind of taking the research and then bringing it and commercializing it, or at least it could be civil society that they're putting it into. They're taking that abstract and now they're making it a thing. And so the Google thing is sort of that third layer. And so I look at that as so we want to do we have an exchange program, people then we have the content amplification, and we're doing cross-border collaboration. There we go. Coach on it, and we're in civil society funding, environmental policy, justice, research there. With the idea that in a couple of years, the output of that would be an intervention in China and the U.S. get together. But I like this idea of exchange, and so that and innovators, is the kind of those kind of are sort of the next population I'd like to look at.
Let's connect on because at very least I think they would even have people like do a fireside with their founders to talk about. So let's connect on that. I think it's great. It was great.
And you're doing an amazing job there.
Okay, sure. Are you placed? Are you focused on U.S. and sugar or broadly Africa? Okay, yeah. All right, so I'll follow up with you. And we'll definitely follow up, yeah.
Financial services are in all these places.
Yeah. So I
That's their next one. That's what it's not worth it.
I have to set something up, but I was going to say, let's connect if you're looking for like I know, like, family problems that they want to tell our family. There's a few of the church I know. And New York's a great place for it. And not a lot of them know. Not a lot of them know. Most of them don't. But I think if those types of things really are helpful. How long are you going no, but let's think. It's just Jason Scott.
I'm on top of it. Let's get something like
I'm usually the first one. Unless I'm gonna discuss something else really quick, but I would love to help you. Well, I guess you're not gonna be here, but I'll help. I could even introduce you digitally to some folks. Okay, one of our founders couldn't make it because his flight was canceled, so I just set up.
we're just getting a shot.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me here? No, I'll plug it in. I just. I'm
so funny. Right
I'm sorry. Okay, perfect. It's gonna take a second, probably. It's so funny. I literally was like, because one of our founders couldn't make it, so I was gonna set something up.
Oh, no, I get it. We'll be quick.
Oh, yeah, no, you're good.
That's how I got the African startup companies, but it was during COVID.
DoorDash and Amazon.
So learned a lot about African technology. All right. Kenya, very British.
They said it's so it was a fire company. Any girl get a job. Well, that's this is trying to give us How you doing? I do this all the time. That is. I will get to I mean, I know I used to, I do kind of. Organize dinners every week. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not like, it is technically a business company. And like a lot of what I did at Google, I mean, accelerators are technically events. Like, I used to do conferences that were startup focused. Like, I do technically, I guess, run an event company, but it's not like, it would be kind of like, yeah, if someone asked you if you run or like not even, it's like a consulting company for small businesses, right? Maybe I should. Well, no, like initially, like when you already was, right? It's like, it's like we get more money in most companies next year. That's me with it's like, I give it for, not for this, like the ones where I was very well. And so those was like, yes, but like, it's not the brand I'm leading with, you know? I remember the first 2 months when we launched. Yeah. We looked at each other, my girlfriend and were like, this is not bad, huh? Why are we trying to do it? Why are we trying to do all this other stuff? They were like, nah, but that's what everybody does. I'm trying to see so Michael, his flight was scheduled, so he, trying to see if it's easier for me to present from here there. So, you guys are being heard. Oh, are we? Yeah, because remember, testing. Oh, yeah, we are. My bad. You're not being seen, but you're being heard. Yeah. No, I didn't realize it's probably out there too. Here, it's pretty much. Or just around. Is that like Black Angel Group, the same thing as hers?
So
is that affiliated somehow?
It is the same. So she's one of the co-founders. We started.
I was looking at it, I'm like, it's not a handbag company.
I know. So it's a response to the current political climate, and not trying to be sued, because there are a lot of proactive law firms out there that are like looking for groups that get this off.
Don't do a hot mic thing.
No, it's part of the
What the governor meant to say was, when you say Donald Trump was a dickhead, what he meant to say.
What he meant was, in response to Trump's comment, I just changed the brand of that because it's a lot of predatory. If you take any form of capital from any organization that is a government contractor, it's technically illegal now to have any form of exclusionary services. And so, like, to go back down to black people,
Oh, you mean white person can't join?
I mean, well, technically, yes, they can. But well, the funny part is, like, technically, like, anyone who wants to join, we're like all about, like, the whole point is like enhancing capital within the city. Sure. But there've been a lot of very cool. A lot of networks. So really getting into having specific funds. We were just like, we have a lot of lawyers. So everyone's like, let's just like be proactive, including a few that are like general counsel and stuff.
Yeah, we did that in our, I was So Wall Street, said, oh, you guys are publishing research. You were on first. I said, no, it's totally compliant. It's not possible. They're like, well, we're very comfortable. You really have to split the company. So our general counsel has help. My partner, Joe, we were listening to like a 6-week conversation. He probably said, we had like 5 different ways we could not really separate them, names them differently. We wouldn't own shares in each other anymore. That was all stupid.
You're compliant, right?
So then Joe is in 10 days. Jen. This is all really expensive. Can we just change the name of the asset manager? And he was like, what do you mean? I said, well, you have to say that we're already managing. There's no information going on the wall. So why can't we just change the name? Wall Street guys are so stupid and lazy. They won't even know that we own each other. But we wouldn't have done anything wrong. Just like that wall. He said, how much would it cost? He said, $1,000? Change the name.
It worked, I'm sure.
2 weeks. We're still on the same exact position. And the same company is still on the court owning the same position. It doesn't say JMP, our firm was JMP Security. That's the legal thing. 2 years later, it's a private Not one more phone call ever. And it went public 3 years later. Everybody checked out the building.
But you hit the issue.
Is that crazy?
The issue is.
That was a huge lesson.
But that's what you did. But what you hit the issue is like we weren't scared of like the eventual litigation. We knew it was compliant. The issue was
you would spend a lot of money before you walk.
Founders, unfortunately, they're also we funded a legal tech startup that does trademarking for companies using AI to cheaper and faster. But they had a lot of inbound from legal firms that were like, we want to use this to rapidly find potential trademark infringement so that we can quote real quick. I'm doing it right now, so don't worry about it. Yes.
Benji E, I'm not saying that. So,
Oh, yeah. I'll
then they apply there. To make sure they're coming, and then Eric is checking on E. Let me check on there.
Barbara, I haven't seen yet.
Barbara. I don't know what to check.
I don't see her. But we have time. We have a little bit of time. We have plenty of time. Yeah. And Benji, yeah. Okay, I'll go. If they're not here, let me do this quick and then I'll check in like 10 minutes.
We started doing this in Africa, but then now we're in Nigeria, in this case we're Senegal, and then we expand to India and new places. And now we see the US, our clients are asking about what data is, and they're saying they have the same issue. They're flying blind as well. I'm happy to stay in contact with
I already know these people. I'll just start calling you.
We started out the 50 plus 20 years ago, and we're using Google Maps, realizing that the street view they have covered a lot of countries. So we're also like, once you understand and that's when they started missing. So it's very hard to refresh these stores, tell us what they're selling, and here we are. So we're adding value to Google Maps to it.
infrastructure conference.
That's why we have bring that and there's WhatsApp. So what are the chances you respond to that? Yeah, that's really part of just so you know why I'll tell you why I'm really here. Because now that we spent last week here, these markets it's selected so many jobs. Now for this next round, we're also trying to build a here in SF and take it to the stage. People like advisors, but what I'm afraid of is when I'm done talking to you, then how am I going to discuss with these guys? Yeah, coaching back here, a lot of things. And I I'm not even too worried about that because if Google invests, exactly. Because think about this. California. So Pepsi go down and all this South Division team, 15 grand. So like what you've been doing there is very cool here because the legacy players are still using field agents to get their data connected. That's just something you that's what makes us as on a day-to-day basis, why is one here and the other thing is fresh POIs validate that skill without the way they validate POIs, partial interest, and you validate is still in India, still carries with people. Here's
That's the job he was doing. It's too early.
yeah, so there's literally plot deals
yeah, but that's why it looks so well.
The FSDI converter doesn't matter.
Fine. Go try it for 1 year. Yeah. And then say, 10 months.
Sorry, I'm like wearing many hats at the moment.
I think it's just the best thing to happen to come right before.
Yeah, I know. I think so too. It's gonna be crazy trying to get everyone back focused.
Let me bite some.
I have no clue. I've never.
I'm thinking I'm trying to debate. So one of the panelists needs to leave at 1:40. Yeah. So what? Exactly. So what? You can start. Yeah. How about we start? The pitch is at 12:40.
So I'm going to say something that is not. There we go. Okay, cool. Because I am a bit like 30 minutes. It might be one of them. I met a guy, like one of the guys that I met was like, I missed a couple of classes without pulled over on the
Camels and surveys is like more
I told them because they were talking about for after. What attrition's going to look like.
Well, I mean, if we have more pitches, there are a lot of people I've met women.
I know. Still 20 minutes away from away. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna start at 12. I'm gonna tell Max first.
Oh, that's a good call.
You learn. No. I just want to let you know. In 5 minutes, yeah. Well, I'm very global, but yes, local. I moved to New York from San Francisco in March 2020 intentionally because I was doing the global start program at school, and it was just impossible to do global in San Francisco, especially like Africa. I mean, even just being able to do stuff like this in New York, like you don't see this as much. And so I've been here, but I'm still, I tell everyone, it took me 4.5 years to feel like a New Yorker. And I don't know if I quite still feel like a New Yorker, but like even just to start feeling like a New Yorker. But are you here or where are you based?
I used to be based.
Okay. Did you feel like a New Yorker?
I didn't want to be.
Oh, where are you now?
I went to school here.
Oh, okay. Where are you now? Okay. That's close enough. That's close. Yeah, I was like, that's 4 hours of my time. Exactly. I was like, that's within, you can still say, hey, we want to do a weekend in New York. Or even come up for a vacation.
No, but my daughter. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. So we work, it's hard to explain very simply. Long story short, I'm leading people it's full fucking mess in my whole role. And basically, so what you hire like a part-time contract role work. And so that's been 3 years. That contract ends December 7th, so we'll see what happens after that. Well, it's also just like this guy. All the things that we're doing for like member founders and stuff. There's no competition.
Absolutely. Are they like just taking it as a challenge and from the emerging markets and stuff?
But I think a break It's always like me trying to sell something to naysayers specifically, and most of them don't. That part. Almost like an isolation aspect, like we just want and that to me is thank you very much. Just so weird. I think I like didn't expect there you go. Really 180 like so quickly. There's only someone I can feel like I'm kind of Robin or Batman, but then this organization trying to like fight for the cause where even for me, I think I'm taking a break from the actual help. Oh no. Well, in New York, it's also like really into that reason. There were
Oh, nice. When you go to where? No, they're, I won't. Luckily, most of my family is retired. All of them retired. So, like, I'm not from DC, we're not from DC. Somebody who's retired. There's a little bit more from the end. And yeah, it's great. But
Gave their shots like so I could ask you what
New York is home. Yeah, New York I consider home. Okay, are we ready? Okay. Oh yeah. Go for it. I love that. And I'll find your information. Everyone, we're going to get started. If you want to start making your way back, we're going to do a few founder pitches and an entrepreneur panel. So if you want to start making your way back, this isn't your last chance to network. You'll have plenty more chances to network. But we're going to get started with our next founder presentation. So grab that water, grab that tea. Come take a seat. Come take a seat. I probably should have announced this 4 minutes ago to give people time. Let's open things up because people are late. Everyone, we're going to get started. Let's give our next founder a warm welcome by taking our seats so that they're pitching to open ears in a silent room. Come on. No. Oh, okay. But everyone come take your seats. Come take your seats. We have a few more really exciting conversations. And just one PSA, we actually had one founder whose flight was canceled, but our last pitch will happen after our panel. But we're going to do a couple founder pitches first and then the panel, just because not everyone's here. Awesome. So up next is, with great pleasure, to introduce Max and Lango, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about what they've been building.
Thank you, Jason. I'll just wait 1 second. I think we're all back. Okay, perfect. I'm Max Smith, co-founder and CEO of Lango AI. Lango AI is the first AI co-pilot for retail in emerging markets. So emerging markets, we're talking about the 4 billion consumers, the fastest growing consumer markets in the world. And there is no data on convenience stores in these markets. So the big brands are left guessing, the legacy players are struggling, and that's exactly what we're solving. We're the first AI to map and engage with convenience stores at scale, bringing to these brands critical insights in these tough markets. We already work with 30 of the world's leading CPG companies, including Unilever, Nestle, PepsiCo. We're only a 10-person team, We're proven in one of the toughest markets, which is Nigeria. Now we're backed by Google. We're in talks with some of those leading tech players because we have insights that they're interested in. We've expanded into new markets, including Latin America, India, also new channels, pharmacies, telcos, cosmetics, hair salons. It's the same technology that's scalable across all these markets. And our goal is really to map retail across the world. Thank you.
Efficient. You all are the most efficient founders I've ever worked with. So any questions for Max and Lengo? And go ahead, Eric.
So tell us a bit about yourself and your team, and why should we back you and your team?
Yeah, good question. So first, my co-founder, Xavier, he was the sales director for Jumia, so the equivalent of Amazon in Africa. So he has a lot of retail experience, especially during COVID, where they had to distribute essential goods to consumers. And part of our story actually started one of the biggest CPG companies reaching out to Jumia for e-commerce data, which in Africa represents less than 1% of sales. But they were willing to pay a lot of money for that information. So that was one thing. Second, for myself, I've lived in quite a few African countries. My parents used to live there as well. And Stop Guessing Africa even started before Lengo, and it's something I've always been interested in. I had a consumer insights platform that we scaled to 17 countries before Lengo, working with quite a few big companies, like Jack Dorsey's crypto company back then, Facebook and others, and we just saw that there was a huge gap for information.
Questions?
Could you talk just a little more about the value that you provide to the retailers and exactly how that works in conjunction with the brands?
Yeah. So first is we always get asked how we're able to reach them. So I'm trying to figure out if I should tell you, but I will.
Don't worry, no one from
just between us.
No, it's something that we're all using every day, which is WhatsApp. It's already in their hands, they're very low friction, so we all want to build apps because apps are cool, but in reality they're very hard to use. And so then we engage with them with a chatbot, and we're able to update information on these POIs, points of interest, which is why this goes even beyond the CPG industry, because it's mapping retail the same way you could map bodegas in the United States. And these are conversations that we're even having today.
Interesting. Good job.
Next to answer your question fully, sorry, in our vision though, we do want to also bring the data back to the retailer. Yep. So we talk a lot about the AI assistant on the brand side to make it easier for them to talk to their data. But also on the retailer side, we think there are easier ways to help them run their business. And because they're providing some information, we feel like we could push back some valuable information to them as well. But for the meantime, we have a good incentive program where also brands give them promotions, so they get something out of it.
Yeah, with Africa, some of the countries having very informal retail, small, we call them starter shops. Yeah. How are you getting that info in those markets?
Yeah, so if we take the example of Nigeria, 95% of the sales are made in these convenience stores. We estimate that there's about 1 million in the country, and we're able to get that information through WhatsApp. Another interesting thing is that a lot of our growth comes from referrals amongst the community. So if you are already using Lingo, then you're incentivized to refer someone else, and actually 30% of our growth in Nigeria has come from these referrals.
You guys got me running around today. So I'm a little slower than average, so walk me through what happens. I'm a company and I'm looking to reach the small, segregated, isolated retailers. Exactly what do you do for me?
Yeah.
How do I benefit and how do you get paid and how does it benefit the retailers? Just go through the whole value chain.
Okay. And I'll try to go through it quickly. So the first part is to map it. How many stores are there in Nigeria? How many stores are there in India? How many stores are there in New York City? So we actually run a computer vision model through Google Street View, and that's the first way that we're able to map cities in just about 10 days. So as a brand, it helps you update your route to market, because you actually know the zones where there's the highest density of stores. The next question you're going to ask me is, what is this store actually selling? And that's where we connect them with WhatsApp. We're able to verify that store at very low cost compared to sending field agents, and give you these insights on a daily or weekly basis, while legacy players were doing that in a month or 2 months. And so you're going to see your market share, your competition, your stock outs, and so effectively you're going to stop guessing Africa.
We maybe have time for one more.
Just to follow up. So is the data that you collect, does it give you indicators of the, say, the quality by tier of the distribution points of the individual stores? What's a high-performing store or a low-performing store?
Yeah, of course, because we see the number of categories that the store carries, and if it has a fridge, the kind of equipment. So if there's a fridge, that means that there's a brand that invested in it. And of course, it's really important to focus on the CPG industry, but there's a bigger play at hand here, which is that a lot of these retail stores are just unmapped, and that's where big tech companies usually step in.
And how do you get paid?
With the CPGs, it's a SaaS subscription on their side. So usually they sign for 3-year deals, and then they get that data on a weekly basis, and that's how we get paid.
I think that's time. Well, thank you, Max, very much. Thank you for presenting. I know sometimes I go right after people have eaten, so appreciate you going first. Up next, we're going to hear from SaveApp. Do we have a seat? Oh, yeah, there you go. Aziz, I heard you just landed recently, no?
Yeah.
Fresh off the plane, I think you were going.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abdul Aziz Omar. A lot of my friends call me Aziz, so you're free to call me Aziz. Fact, Africa has just around 5 billion people as of this year. Fact, Africa has the youngest and most productive population in the world right now. Fact, by the end of this year, Africans will have 1 billion mobile phones on their hands. Fact, Africa has got the fastest growth of mobile money ecosystem anywhere in the world. However, ladies and gentlemen, it is still a fact that 57% of Africans are unbanked. It's still a fact that more than 900 million Africans have got no access to a formal financial structure ecosystem, that is savings, investments, etc. It's also still a fact that the mobile money ecosystem, despite its growth, is actually very fragmented. And that is where my team and I come in, through Ukonga. So Ukonga is basically a full-stack, mobile-first digital banking platform that aims to enhance the financial health and financial inclusion of the population that I just basically talked about. Over the last couple of years, basically give or take around 4, we have achieved some interesting milestones to enable us to achieve that particular objective. We have managed to get license from the Central Bank of Kenya and are now fully regulated by it. We have managed to bring on board some interesting strategic partnerships, among them being our partnership with the second largest bank in the continent, that is UBA Bank, giving us direct access to at least 22 African countries. We have managed to basically get our patent for our novel idea that is Ukonga. We also have basically managed to onboard organically over 32,000 users over just the last 3 years. Last but not least, we are super proud to actually be the first startup in Kenya, and arguably, I think the third startup in the continent of Africa to partner with the largest card scheme in the world, that is UnionPay International. What that does to us is simple. It actually gives us access to over 183 countries. It also basically enables us to continue achieving objectives of enhancing the financial health and the inclusion of the underbanked people in the continent. The team behind this interesting work is, of course, headed by myself, Aziz Omar, PhD, AVD, Strategic Management, 2 patents under my belt, and over 10 years experience in the startup world, assisted by Dr. Dennis Nene, PhD Finance, worked with him, this is the second startup, over 10 years experience. My CTO, Douglas Mwangi, who has over 10 years experience, and my CMO, Ruben Kiari, who's a telecoms engineer, but also a marketing genius. We've been super capital efficient. We've actually been able to do all this work with only $200,000 raised. But we're actually now trying to raise $1 million to basically enable us to achieve some of the next milestones that we want. So we'll super appreciate it if you guys actually want to enable the dreams of Africans. You're actually welcome. Thank you.
Questions? I'm going to progress the slide. I love that we put the slide after, so you're not distracted. Questions?
You're live streaming and asking questions at the same time.
So what does he have to do?
As I said, we're a digital banking platform.
Okay, just drill down a little bit. Banking as in savings, checking, transfer payments, investment?
Everything that we just mentioned.
Okay. Centralized or decentralized?
Centralized.
Sounds like you have a follow-on question.
I don't want to dominate that.
No, go ahead, ask it.
So you have a full go-ahead from the regulators in Kenya?
Yes, we do. And we're just getting the Ugandan too.
Okay, banking license?
Yes.
Okay, your business model is tight, margins, revenue streams, you sensitive interest rates?
Yes, everything.
Okay, so we'll talk it out.
Super.
My policy is if you have a question, I will give up questions, so I want you to go ahead.
I just have shooter right there.
I love the round part. Do you have a question?
Yeah. You have 32,000 users and 105,000 of AUM, meaning each user has 105,000? What does that mean?
No, so essentially...
What is that, assets under management?
Yes, that's basically assets under management that we basically got during our pilot phase on just one revenue line of savings. And just to put it, I mentioned about our patents. So essentially, we have built something known as a passive savings system. What it does is it enables our users to save micropayments. So people, when people go shopping,
Like Acorn or something.
exactly like Acorn. But in Africa, we actually get to save physical cash directly on the mobile phone, and that's where our patent is on.
How many people is it that make up 105,000 AUM?
So basically, this.
It's not all 32,000, right?
No, this count was as of probably 27,000. Now it's even more than 105,000.
100,000?
Probably $200,000.
No, but I mean, $105,000 is the AUM.
Yes.
How many people own the 105,000?
Well, you can say 100% of the 32,000.
All of them?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. I have the rapid fire questions coming from the center. So we'll, if anyone has any more questions, how do they connect with you? Oh, well, that's what, we don't have time, but so I'm going to give one more question. And then
Asante sana.
Karibu.
Okay. As a diaspora and a Kenyan, can I able to use this app?
Yes, you are. If for now, because of licensing, we basically open it up in all countries that we go to that we get regulation on. So if you have a Kenyan number, you can actually download it and come use it. Yeah.
So we don't have to use Kenya banks?
We're a good alternative.
I'm going to encourage everyone that has more questions, where can they find you?
I'm still around and I'm probably going to exchange numbers.
Awesome. Well, thank you, and I hope you get some sleep after that. Up next, I think we have. We had to change the order, sorry, because Michael is the one whose flight was canceled, which I do think that means it's you, Timbo. So. Tell us more about OK Hi.
Can I get the right stuff? Yeah, yeah. There you go. Don't want to distract you. Is this on? You press the button on.
Technology, amazing. All right. Hi everyone, I'm Timo Grayson, one of the co-founders and CEO of a company called OK Hi. We are a digital addressing system and we're on a mission to put 1 billion people on the map. So my background is I was at Google for many years. I launched Google Maps across Europe, Middle East and Africa. I also invented Chromecast and have 7 patents to my name. And it was actually at Google when I saw that 4 billion people couldn't be found on Google Maps. And that's because they don't have a formal physical address. You know, an address is usually a set of directions, which I'm sure many of you can identify with if you spend any time in any emerging markets. It's, you know, once you get to the big fig tree, turn left with a second gate on the right, etc., etc. Using at some point, but not when you're trying to get an ambulance to your house, or you're trying to create a proof of address to try and open up a bank account. And so for the consumer, this is really challenging. You don't get access to critical services. And for businesses, you have this huge inefficiency. You can't deliver a service to your customers because you don't know where they're located. And so one of the core problems here is that this creates huge economic issues. MIT estimates it costs the global economy $200 billion a year for the lack of a formal physical addressing system. So we've created the world's first fully digital addressing system, and it enables businesses to know exactly where their customers live. It all centers around the consumer gets a GPS point for their address, and the banks are then able to use that to identify where they're located. And we built this AI-powered address verification service that uses location data in the phone to verify the person lives where they say they do. And so it works a bit like this. Access Bank is one of our customers, largest bank in Africa, 60 million customers in Nigeria. They integrate our technology into their mobile banking application. And their customer, as part of onboarding, creates this digital address. And we then use the location data in the phone and our AI-powered verification technology to see that they spend enough time at that address and then can verify it. And what's really cool is that we're just about to launch our continuous verification product, which means that we can detect that they've moved house. We've built all of this in a really privacy-sensitive way. The consumer is in complete control of their data, and we really honor that. So in terms of traction, we now have 3.6 million users, almost 95% of them in Nigeria, but we have another 5% who have created addresses in over 88 countries across the world. We've been growing 47% month on month this year, and we're now generating $350,000 in revenue, and that's been growing at a similar rate. We're onboarding over 300,000 users a month on the back of our integrations with these banks. We're live in Nigeria with MoneyPoint, Kuda Bank, Fair Money, Sterling Bank, and we're just going live with Access Bank. So right now, our go-to-market is to focus on Nigeria, but we're now basically seeing this demand with the crypto Web3 space that want to verify addresses because they have customers in hundreds of countries in the world, and we're the only verification solution in the world that can do this. In terms of fundraising, we've been doing this, and I've been trying to solve this problem for 10 years. We've raised $7 million to date from Google, Visa, including also some investors in this audience as well. And right now, we're just closing out a $1.5 million seed round. It's led by Visa. It's a safe note. And ultimately, I'm here to find investors who can help accelerate the business and help us ultimately reach 1 billion people in the world. Thanks very much.
Question. I was like, hands went up this time. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So you mentioned continuous verification service and privacy in the same sentence. Could you spread those two for me, please?
Sure. So we built this whole system so that we'd be happy to use it, our family members would be happy to use it. The end consumer is in complete control, so they have to opt into the service. We provide transparency of how their data is being managed, and they can opt out at any point. We adhere legally to the local Nigeria Data Protection Act. And the key thing is that we only collect data when you're at your address. So we don't know when you are when you're not at the address.
I just want to expand on that a little bit. So you have an opt-in structure. Is it just binary, you either opt in or opt out, or are there categories of access? Like for instance, maybe I want to be found by a retailer that I'm buying something from, but maybe I don't necessarily want to be found by public service or something. So is there a menu of how open or how private my abode is?
Not yet. Right now it's binary opt-in or out. However, certainly we want to be able to give more control to the end consumer so that they can actually opt out of certain businesses and certain services. But always at the beginning, the consumer has to opt into them for the first time.
We have time for one more question, this time not rapid fire.
So, as I see it, I can take your business and combine it with the entrepreneur that was just up there, create a decentralized KYC service, and then we can get the wealthier people of color in the U.S. to invest in Africa, and that's where the savings come in, and the investment. Is your technology able to do that now or in the near future?
You can operate in a decentralized way?
No, operate as distributed KYC. For, as you said, right now, who would invest in a company or individual if they can't even verify address? If you couldn't digitally prove it, then you just combine your service with the guy that was right there with the right brains, and you could have investment from the U.S. go directly into Africa. Are you able to do that now?
Yeah, we can digitally verify someone lives where they say they do. And as well as for, Save That, I think there are 5 startup pitches that I listened to today that I think all could use our addressing technology, right? So checkups and...
You have a list on your phone?
Yeah, I do. I don't remember all of the names.
Follow-up, so Access Bank, okay. This is with Access Bank, provide banking services based on your KYC info?
Did Access Bank?
Did Access Bank honor your KYC?
Correct. Yes, I mean, Access Bank is now live. They're using our address verification service as a form of compliance for opening up bank accounts in Nigeria.
Okay. Can I double down on that real quick?
You can, but you're cutting into the panel.
Yeah, no, I'll let it pass. I'll talk to you.
Awesome. Let's give it up for 10 bucks. Thank you. Thank you. And, what happened?
Nothing.
Okay. Yes, but I'm glad that everyone continues to have questions because, again, that shows, first and foremost, your point is right. I was thinking the same thing. There's so many, even amongst the founders, opportunities to collaborate and connect. And so, very excited that we're doing this. And we have one more pitch before a panel and then a final pitch, or another pitch. So, excuse us given we're trying to make sure everything runs smoothly. But we'll hear really quickly from Via Nexa.
Thank you very much. Can we just give a nice big round of applause to our panelists and the organizers today? Really appreciate you guys bringing us into this audience and give us access to these great people. So my name is Matthew Nam. I am the CEO and founder of Via Nexa. We are an AI platform for supply chain and logistics. That's New York City, right? All right. Has anyone here heard of Costco's Kirkland? Perfect. Do you guys know that they do not manufacture those products themselves? Okay. They use co-manufacturers and co-packers to produce all those products. Now think about a small brand who has an idea and they want to get it into production and get it into market. How do they go about getting that same type of efficiency? They have to spend a lot in capital to be able to build up the manufacturing capacity to be able to get that type of efficiency. Or they need to have high minimum order quantities to be able to use a co-manufacturer or co-packer. And that's where we come in. This process right now is very slow, it's very expensive, very inefficient, right? There are a lot of mistakes that happen. So think about an orange juice manufacturer. What do they have to do? They have to find the growers, orange growers. They have to find the pasteurizers. They have to find the bottlers. They have to find the juicers. They have to find the printers, and then they have to find someone to put it all together. And then last mile logistics, and it has to be cold chain. And that's what we do at Via Nexa. We have an agentic ecosystem that dynamically finds these suppliers, negotiates emails, texts, calls, and puts their entire packaging process together. Now, this process, to take a product from idea to brand can take a year to a couple of years, a few months to a couple of years. And we're able to do that within a few days, right? It takes for national distribution, it's about $500K to get nationally distributed in the United States. And we're able to bring that cost down by about 50% for a brand, if they want national distribution, and even more if they just want regional. Right now, we're about 3 million GMV, and we take a 10% cut of whatever our brands are using. So we're going to end the year about at 380,000 in ARR. We actually haven't launched yet. We started the company this year, but we're still just working with our pilot brands. So 25 plus brands. PayPal is a customer of ours. Warner Music Group is a customer of ours. We have their offices in New York, Nashville, as well as LA. We work with the College Board. We work with Goldman Sachs as well. And we are expanding dramatically. This is $1 trillion industry. And we are starting with coffee. Because coffee is a $500 billion trading commodity. That's our moat. Then we want to go into ready-to-drink segment, bottling, canning, and then the full CPG category. Any questions?
That's my job.
Thank you so much. Oh, I should talk to you guys about my team.
That's
the people who built this, right? So I have a background in pharmaceutical supply chain. I brought Avamere Pharmaceutical. I worked with Avamere before they got bought by Suka for $3.5 billion. Worked in AI machine learning companies. Inoplexis is an AI drug manufacturing, drug discovery company out of Germany. As well as I was a founding member of a company called DocCare. I built that company from 0 to 200 people and 50 million ARR. I just exited the company in August. And I took the architecture from that platform and parts of that architecture and built this system. My co-founder, she actually was the head of A&R at Atlantic Records, and she ran operations for artists like, global operations for artists like Cardi B, Bruno Mars, etc. And is a savant when it comes to building global operations for us. And then our team is a mixed match of global talent from the Philippines, Ghana, and a bunch of engineers from UPenn. Thank you.
Any questions? We have time for a couple.
It's a U.S. company, right?
Yes, it's a U.S. company, and we are starting with the U.S. first. We call it post-farm gate because we want to build the demand. There's a huge issue that's happening in Africa right now where Africa is exporting all of their raw materials and then it gets manufactured in Europe and other parts of the country. So if we want to solve that problem and bring more margin to African producers, we need to be able to bring the demand so we can afford to pay them what they should be paid, right? So the idea here is, can you imagine what the manufacturing footprint for any brand is like? It takes a floor of many different people, operations and analysts to be able to do that. But with 2 of our agents, you're going to be able to do that capacity 24/7 without mistakes and much cheaper. So we want to bring that level of efficiency over to Africa once we finish developing up and building the demand on the U.S. side.
So you said you study with coffee.
We start with coffee because the TAM is so big, right? And then that's 500 billion. Then we go to the ready-to-drink segment where we can bottle coffee, green cocoa, and that's a $250 billion segment. And then we want to go into, we'll be able to fully branch out into CPG. Ready-to-drink segment, it complements coffee very well, but we start with coffee because we get inbound leads so quickly for coffee. We had some press releases. We were rated the top startup in 2025 by Philadelphia Business Journal, and we just had like a lot of organic inbound leads from coffee ventures just from a little bit of press.
Are you based in Philadelphia?
Yes, we're in Philly, but we have a footprint in Ohio, Baltimore, and we work with producers out of Latin America as well as in Africa, the birthplace of coffee. Ethiopia.
Okay, time for one more question, but you all should continue this conversation. This is the rapid fire side. The people on this side do rapid fire.
I just want to understand the business better. So I'm Lionel Messi and I want to launch a drink, right? I want to compete with Prime. Right. And I don't want to go out and do a million, a large order, right, to test my product. I'm using your product to do that? Correct. You'll log into our platform, or if you don't want to log in, you don't have to log in either. But we need to gather your credentials, really. But after you gather your credentials, we work within the brand or manufacturer's workflow. Because what we realize is that a lot of people who run these manufacturing brands, manufacturing plants in the US, they're on the older side, they don't use a lot of technology. They're texting, they're emailing, they're calling. That's their preference. So we work within their workflow. So our AI agents can dynamically email, text, and call. It will negotiate on the brand's behalf, and then it will go out to all the different suppliers, find the best certified suppliers, right? Because a lot of small, mid-sized brands are actually not doing this with certified suppliers, believe it or not. And they can get into some of these stores without the certifications. But we find that supply chain, put it all together, and then we go through the entire process. So all you have to do is you go to our agent, or our agent that helps you to find your process is called Claire. Claire will speak to our operations agent called Foreman. Let Foreman know exactly what you're trying to build. If it's an orange juice brand, then Foreman is going to go find the growers, find the bottlers, find the pasteurizers, find the print, find the last mile logistics, cold chain last mile logistics, put it all together for you. Retail distribution, shelf space. We have 60 retail partners in our platform right now, 1,000 manufacturers and 25 brands. And you take a 10% vig in perpetuity? Not in perpetuity. So our AI agents are, Foreman is 7,000 per month, Claire is 5,000 per month. We take 3 to 5% of the manufacturer side for every unit that they are able to put out. On the brand side, we take 10% of whatever we're able to produce for them. And we actually just launched the brand in Giant early this year, or early this summer.
I have to cut up for rapid fire side and do one more question as we set up for the panel.
Thank you, Anissa. I'm on this side. Hi. My name is Tamara. I'm in e-commerce, and I'm actually a year in of launching my e-commerce.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. So I know you mentioned retail solution, and I know you mentioned a lot of big brands, but I kind of wanted to take it back to the small size to medium sized businesses to know where we stand within this matrix of yours. So I just wanted to know, in what way are you guys supporting entrepreneurs who are small-sized, medium-sized businesses, and is this a platform that we can go on and utilize the resources, and in what way are you helping the large amount of and the plethora of people who are small to mid-sized?
Great question. So our brands are small to mid-sized, but we do have customers, like large customers, who are purchasing that coffee for them. So we help with the sale as well, right? When I talk about PayPal, when I talk about Warner Music, but we're helping with the sale to those types of businesses. I'm going to give you an example of a brand that we're working with in Chicago. We just started working with her a couple of weeks ago. It's called Cafe Vivian. You can Google it. Selena just started this brand. She works in tech. She said, hey, I wanted to go into coffee, but I know that it's going to cost me a lot to be able to build out this entire supply chain. Also, she doesn't have the knowledge, the experience of manufacturing and developing a supply chain. So she came to us, she heard about us at the SCA, the Specialty Coffee Association, and we developed her brand for her. We found the packaging, we found the beans she wants, we created the blend she wanted, we roasted to her profile, we ground the coffee she wanted whole beans, she wanted ground, and then we connect to her Shopify store. Whenever she gets an order, our agents pull the product together and it will ship directly to her customer. So her first order was 13 grand. Which kind of sounds like a lot for a business, but whenever if she were to pull off a product launch like that, it would take a lot of time. We were able to do this for her within a few days.
Awesome, good to know.
And we were able to train our models from tens of thousands of emails, sorry.
I love that you all are always selling. Give it up one more time.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And thank you all. We're going to do a quick pivot to our builders panel because, like I said, we have a founder who's going to join us digitally to pitch his company and one more after. And so I want to invite our builders panel up. We can give it up for both all of our builders, they're entrepreneurs that have successfully built companies on the continent, as well as our panelists, our moderator on our couple panelists. You want to introduce the panel?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mabinti Karonga. I'm the founder of Live Africa, which is an impact advisory company. We support investors in assessing their impact, and we build connections between visual artists and buyers in the U.S., corporate buyers and individual collectors. I am delighted to tell you about building the future in Africa. We have a dynamic panel. They all come across different regions, and they will provide insight, one, on the motivations for why they started a business, two, kind of when they decided to raise capital, and then also examining how they failed, how they pivoted, and then also when they knew they were successful. So I'm going to call E, who is of the future of Africa. He is known as E, and so he will be one of our panelists, and I invite him to come up, along with Barbara, EIE, of Liquid Credit. We have Benjamin Fernandez, who will come up. He's with NALA. And last but not least, we have Alex Njore of Digitech. Great. So let's start off.
For this.
Hello, hello? Can everyone hear? Okay, great. Let's start off by examining the motivation. You know, you're coming into a country, you don't know how your business is going to exceed or excel, be it excellent. I wonder, Alex, I'm going to start with you. What was your motivation? What was your impact goal? And what were your financial expectations when you started Digitech?
Maybe the answer is going to surprise you, none of this. I mean, I was saying to you off record that we always hear about like success stories of people always tell how they succeed, but the reality of the game is that you need to fail. And I exited my last corporate company as the head of digital, so overseeing a couple of countries and stuff. So learning entrepreneurship, I had to learn it the hard way, the really hard way. There's no playbook for that. You don't learn that in MBAs, and I have a US MBA from Alt. There's no course on that, right? So I had to basically adjust mentally, and that's the first thing that I had to do. I went through several entrepreneurship assessments to understand whether I was fit for that. Because at some point of time I was like, okay, should I take another $100,000 job that will be quiet, and there's no up and down, there's no staying all night awake, there's no how you're gonna pay your employees next day, you don't have enough cash on the bank, there's no all of that. So the adjustment actually discovered that there's a psychology trait that you need to have. And you need to be a little bit crazy, honestly.
I love that honest response.
Yeah.
I want to shift a little bit over to the financial perspective. Barbara, with Liquid Credit, can you talk about what was your motivation for starting and what did you envision doing different?
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Collaboration.
Hello everyone, my name is Barbara Yadi. I'm the CEO of Liquid Credit, which I just recently launched. But to your point, I've been in the finance space for the past 20 years. For me, I think I really got involved in being an entrepreneur when I left my job in New York at JP Morgan. Literally, that really started my entrepreneurial journey because the company I started off with was basically a startup. Even though we raised a lot of money, it was a startup, and we literally needed to keep it alive. I think there's a little bit of craziness in building a startup, because every day is basically going to die and you have to resuscitate it every day. And so I went through that stressful trauma and then got hooked on it and decided to continue on in that journey and decided to go into venture capital and participate with founders in that trauma as well, in helping them raise capital, I'm just joking, and essentially being part of the journey. And honestly, the reason why I started up my company just now is I really got inspired by the founders that I've invested in. I've been very focused on the financial services space. I haven't really wavered. I've been focused on the blockchain space. So I just doubled down on it with liquid credit. A lot of the payment companies in my fund were complaining about liquidity and settlement delays, fragmented rails. And so I just put on my problem-solving hat and really built a company that really built a platform that solves key issues that they were facing and just streamlines their processes with liquidity. But I think the most important thing for the why is, why do I feel uniquely qualified to build this company? And I've never done anything I can't do, right? And so even though my journey has been all over the place, finance has always been a big part of it. So my company is focused on, it's basically a programmable stablecoin credit and liquidity network. So it's very much about credit, but just using the blockchain as a new finance rail to basically perform financial services. So I'm basically doing what I've always been doing across my finance career, just leveraging my passion for new technologies that allow me to basically create finance in a different way. But the reality is, if I didn't set up my fund and work with founders and learn their problems, I wouldn't have come up with this. And so I think we're all entrepreneurs in that we have to solve real problems. And if you see a big opportunity, you capture it, whether you are a finance person or a tech person, whatever. And so that's my attitude for the last 20 years, and that's it really.
Thank you for that. I mean, Benjamin, what's your take? What's your why and your impact goal in starting Nala?
What's up, everybody? It's good to see everybody here. My why, look, I never thought I'd be a founder. I was just chilling. I was finishing grad school, and then you have a few job opportunities, and you're like, okay, do you go do them, or do you think you start a company? And I was 23 or 24, and I was like, listen, I don't have much work experience. I've never managed an executive team. I've never built a company before. I don't have money. I was giving myself all these excuses of why I should never start a company. And then I remember speaking to Fred Swanick of African Leadership Academy, and I told him all my reasons why I shouldn't start a company. And he says, listen, he's like, how much money do you need? I was like, $20,000. He's like, listen, if you can't convince like people in your class or your friends to give you $20K, I'm like, dude, we grew up with very different friends. He's like, no, but you get $500 here, $5,000 there, $1,000 here. He's like, if you can't get to $20K, you're not serious, and you're not ready to put your name on the line for the business. And so he really challenged me, and actually, like trying to explore building. I would always complain about payments in emerging markets. Like I grew up in Tanzania, and I'm from Tanzania, so I always complain about the region and how payments are broken. And my classmates would actually tell me, okay, dude, keep complaining about it, what are you going to do about it? And I was like, somebody's going to fix this, and somebody's going to do it. And there was always somebody, and my friends were like, what about you? And I think that really challenged me and forced me to like, okay, cool, let me try. And we tried many times and failed proactively over and over again, but yeah, we can talk about that a bit.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. We're going to delve more into failure. And to that, I go to E. You've founded and started many businesses. Talk about your why, despite the challenges. What did it take for you to keep going?
Well, I started to do entrepreneurship in Africa because I had an argument with my boss. He's a very respected guy, so I won't call his name. But he basically said one day while we were having a group discussion over lunch that there's no opportunity cost to investing in Africa.
which is a very sophisticated insult. And I have to understand a couple layers of economics to get it. And to be fair, he was actually right. This was 2013. Asia was booming. There were better places to put money. But it just felt personal for me that, what do you mean, like, there's no opportunity cost to invest in Africa, i.e., you can just skip over this thing and nobody's gonna care. And I felt like it was my life's mission to prove him wrong. So I moved back to Nigeria, and I started Fora, which was the first company that I did on the continent, which remarkably failed. So he ended up being right. But Fora became Mandela, and I guess the upside is when I would see him again at a dinner in his house in Austin over 10 years later, it's like, I missed you. Right? You're the only one I missed. And I think for me, it's doing the one thing that everybody, including many Africans, believe can't be done. That's what gets me out of bed every morning. I've heard every variable, every version of the book. Unicorns can't be built in Africa. You can't build a large talent base in Africa. Infrastructure in Africa can never be built. African companies cannot be global. And I think, for me, continuing to just take every single one of the naysayers' points and, bend it apart is what gives me life. It's like arguing with your life.
Thank you for that perspective. One of the things that you mentioned, Benjamin, was raising $20,000. Can you talk about a bit more when you knew it was time to raise? Because sometimes investors come, offer money, some entrepreneurs get excited and say yes. Talk about the psychology behind, you know what, it's time to raise, and this is why I said yes to an investor, and maybe to some investors you just said no.
I wish there's no investors you can just say no sometimes. When somebody offers you money, it's not a charity. It's not they're just giving up money for you to just do whatever you want. It's they're hoping that you grow the business, you are going to generate them some return in the future. And every fund has LPs. Remember, every boss is a boss. Remember that. When you raise more money, your boss is the board. And if you raise a fund, your boss is the LPs, and you have to provide return to the fund. And so there's various variations of expectations when you raise money, and I think it varies depending on the stage of the company. When we were pre-seed, raising money, I mean, it never was easy, ever. Actually, last year we raised $40 million. That was probably one of the hardest rounds to raise. And we were profitable, we were growing quite fast, and we were doing better revenue per dollar spent than any of our companies in our category. And that was probably one of the hardest rounds that I had to raise. And once you raise that type of money, the expectation is very different. It changes drastically. And, I talk to a lot of my founder friends, whether you get a text message at 11 p.m. It says, hey Benji, what's revenue? And then you respond to it. And then the response you get at midnight is, why not higher? And the first thing you do is, all right, cool, I'm going to open my laptop. And you sit on your laptop till 2 in the morning thinking that anything is going to change, and it doesn't. And you just go back to sleep. I think, I think there's an element of taking responsibility when you raise money. And my mom always said, Ben, if you don't take responsibility, you take orders. And I think that's the principle of life. When you build a company, and you got to take responsibility for your customers, you got to build a business, you got to generate revenue, you got to aim towards becoming profitable. And the moment if you're starting failing at doing that or moving on the side, obviously the board is going to start giving you orders very fast and very soon. When do you know when it's the right time to raise money? I've never known, honestly. We've raised over $55 million now. I've never known like, okay, tomorrow's the day. It's always usually a discussion you have, and it's a gut feeling that you're like, okay, maybe it's now the time to raise money, or I don't think companies should raise money too early. I think in the pre-seed stage or like seed stage, like how do you get to product market fit and build something that's repeatable and growing by itself? And then in Series A stage, you got like some aspect of the company's growing on its own. Okay, how do you inject more capital to grow certain verticals in the company? Like by Series B, it's like, okay, your primary vertical is growing really well. What are the other verticals you're going to be building? So let's say for us, it's cross-border payments, initially just remittances. Then it's like, okay, infrastructure, how do you build infrastructure? How do we scale it? And then, you know, if you need to raise additional capital after that, it's deciding on the why. But I think just raising money for vibes or like wanting to raise cash is the last reason you should raise cash. There are, frankly, as a founder, there's also a lot of bad investors. I want to call that out because I know a lot of my founder friends, we discussed this, where investors have extremely toxic behavior towards founders, and it's unacceptable that there's a power dynamic that founders can't talk about this publicly as well. And I've seen that across many of my friends' companies. I've experienced that myself as well. And if you're one of those investors, I'll leave it at that. Stop messing with founders. You know, the last thing I'll say is there's also a large lack of empathy towards founders. Building is hard. Building in Africa is way harder. Whether it's a phone call from the central bank on Friday night, oh, we want to see you tomorrow, like it's Saturday. And you just landed in New York for Eric's event. Like, where are you? You're not serious. Do you want your license renewed or not? Those are the realities. I'm not joking, it's a real situation. And so I think I would love to see more love, empathy, thoughtfulness towards founders, because I can't tell you the stuff founders have to go through to build a company. And many people see it outside as, oh yeah, it's cool. You know, as like Drake says, the reward for hard work is more work.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, Alex, you were nodding your head, and you kicked us off by talking about the psychological tensions of being an entrepreneur.
Nodding his head because he's falling asleep in the generator.
So what's your take? What was your experience like raising? Do you echo similar sentiments?
I believe that when you say that building in Africa is way harder, I don't know if there's another word for that, but it needs to be stronger actually. I remember at the beginning of the journey, we met some French founders. It was, I believe, 2020, something like that, just before COVID. And the guy said that, okay, I'm launching my company, I'm going on a 1 year sabbatical, I'll be paid for 1 year while I launch my company. And I started to laugh at him. Not because I wanted to put him under the spot, but I say that you find the real, according to me, real startup founders in Africa. We just are crazy as we are, and we go against the tides. That's the way it is, right? Raising money in Africa, in my local language, I say that you have to wake up very early in the morning, just to see how hard it is, right? So there's an element of course of science behind that. In Benjamin touched that, you need to achieve your product market, you can blah 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 stuff, traction, etc. Otherwise, nobody's going to listen to you. But I will say that what has worked for us, and we've just been inspired and followed by guys like you. We followed him from a distance until we joined Future Africa, just full disclosure. We had to actually understand that raising money is a game of, how do you call it, by being politically correct. It's like investors are like herds, right? They have a herd mentality. So I've seen that in the insurance space where I've been working for a lot of years. The reinsurance space as well, they have a herd mentality. So make sure that, and I've seen that in combat sport as well. I'm a fan of Aikido, I've been doing that for 20 years. And they always say that if you've been attacked by maybe 5, 10 guys, you know that you can face them all. Make sure you choose just one. Make sure that you really destroy him very hard. You'll convince the others not to attack you. So you do the other way around. Make sure that you grab one investor, work with him, make sure you convince him. You have to stay like 6 months, whatever, 1 year, make sure you convince him. Once the guy is convinced, he's going to bring along his friends. That's the secret story. I usually go and call cold investors. I never do that. I will use investors to call other investors.
Well, thank you for that, Alex. I mean, I'm going to go to you, Barbara. You know, from the finance perspective, you heard a lot of pain points here. Like, what tips would you give entrepreneurs about raising or when to raise, or maybe it's not time to raise?
So frankly, I probably shouldn't be in this conference because I actually think I invest and I think African founders should be thinking more global. So I say that, and with all due respect to Africa, like, you don't have to just sit in Africa and try to make Africa work. Like, I've seen founders build really great ideas and technologies that can be used in other markets, whether it's Asia, Latam, and I think this concept of, and I think a lot of this comes from the investors. You know, I don't want to put anyone out there, but the reality is the DFIs and the LP community kind of pigeonholes VC funds to stick to one specific. In fact, sometimes it's like several countries. And I think the more you pigeonhole founders, the less innovation you can come up with. I think African founders are very creative, and they need to go global. So when I hear this capital issue about Africa, I always say, can we try to be global? Can we try to do other things and get access to capital in other markets? My company, I'm focused globally, and I'm talking to global investors. So I'm not going to have any conversation about why Africa doesn't work, because everybody, this whole notion, and I feel like this is deja vu in like 2008, where everybody kept saying Africa is too small, Africa is too small, and that hasn't changed. Still the same narrative. So let's get our wonderful African founders to export this technology to other markets and build global companies, and then the world will see the ingenuity of African founders. I think companies, like Flutterwave, Move, these are companies that have been able to go global. I really think we need to sort of change this narrative, because otherwise, I feel like we keep saying this, and it's been 20 years, and we've been saying the same thing about Africa. I think we need to focus on the technologies Africa create, and then bring that technology to the world. Does that make sense?
Thank you. And with that, E, you've been through multiple journeys in terms of capital raises, maybe not having capital, making it work, navigating the psychological tensions as well. Kind of detail a bit about your capital raise experience and how you changed and pivoted.
Yeah, I mean, capital is a very interesting thing. But I'll say for us, first of all, any new idea is hard to raise for, right? I sometimes worry about these expectations founders have that capital raising is supposed to be easy. It never was for us. I mean, I can say that Andela, as amazing as it sounds now, was rejected by many, many, many companies. I remember Khosla giving us a cold shoulder. I remember there were not other companies that declined to invest, perhaps corrected their mistakes later, but declined. Flutterwave, I think I pitched about 360 investors after YC, right? And I think we ended up taking checks as little as $5K from Google employees and a few other people in the Valley. I think I had, by the time I closed, I had about 86 people on my cap table. So I'm just telling you, it's like the expectation that you're just gonna get capital because you want it. It's kind of, first of all, you gotta adjust your expectations. And then I think the second thing is,
what do investors really want, right? And what do you want from investors? Those are the two most critical questions to answer. I'd like to start with what do you want from investors first, because I find that if what you want from investors is just money, well, at the end of the day, the irony of it is that they won't give it to you, right? Because the savvy investors just feel like they can add more value and that they made their money because they're smart, which is mostly true. And so if they can't add any value to you, then they don't see any reason why they should give you their money. So that's usually the first question. And if you know, for example, you've built a business, now what do you want from investors? I think the most important thing to want if you want to build a real business is customers. So, and for me, that has always helped. Once we focus on investors who have access to the kind of customers that we want, the kind of conversation that happens then is the investor goes to their customer friend and says, hey, is this a real problem for you? And that customer friend actually does most of the work of convincing the investor to invest, because they actually figure that that's something that customer needs and would use. And the second question is then, what do investors want from you? And at the end of the day, they want a return. And you have to be very clear in your mind about why it is that your startup is an opportunity missed for them. I've never pitched an investor twice. I just don't do it. I could be starving and have no money, but part of it is Niger pride. But the other side of it is really this idea that I do need you to miss out, so I can have a conversation with you later about why you missed out, because that's how you learn as an investor. And having the confidence, the knowledge, and a little bit of the arrogance to know that what you're building is going to return capital. I remember many of the conversations I had we didn't have any other African investor apart from us in Moon, right? Because many of them hadn't seen how the world was moving from apps and APIs to asset-backed. And they didn't understand the importance of aggregating and organizing supply. And they were still stuck in an e-commerce world. And that's probably one of the best returns. I invested $150,000 in that business. And that thing did close to 1,000 times. So lots of people missed out on that because they just didn't understand and they weren't willing to listen to the argument. You want that to happen a lot with you. So next time when you have a conversation with folks, they take you more seriously. So I think for founders, the first order of business is to build a business, not to look for funds, not to raise money. Raising money is not a sport. It has a function. And then look for investors that can help you build your business, and look for investors who believe that your business will make them a return. 9 times out of 10, the reason why founders aren't making progress is because they're talking to people who are not interested in investing in the business they're in. And they're not necessarily, they don't believe that that business can generate a return. If founders were more efficient about just flipping through those people, I think they'll be able to, regardless of where they're doing their business.
Well, thanks for sharing that. I mean, as we think about the journey of an entrepreneur, we can't talk about the journey without talking about failures. And so I want you all to briefly talk about how you failed. We hear the stories of success and we see the articles, but Benjamin, if you can kick us off about your failures, which are lessons, kind of talk about one that felt so challenging for you that you were still able to persist.
I have so many. 20 2017, I graduated. Actually, I want to give a special shout out to Jason. Jason and I were classmates in grad school, so shout out to Jason. I had to. 2017, I graduated from grad school, and I'm like, okay, cool, I wanted to do this founder thing. I moved back to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I'm the co-founder. I'm trying to build this company. And then, because I realized you need a technical co-founder to build something technical, I was like, all right, cool, shotgun marriage. I found a guy who was technical. I'm like, hey, you're my co-founder, cool, take a bunch of equity in my company, let's apply to YC. I applied to YC 6 times, I got rejected 5 times, I got it once. That's 2018. And again, applying to YC, we had to build a product, especially as he said, you don't raise money then go and decide what to try to build something in whatever scrappy way. I was living in my mom's house, I was living in Dar es Salaam. My cost of rent was free because I'm staying at home. My cost of food was minimal because my mom was cooking. The main thing I paid for was transportation. I'd go meet the central bank or some of the banking partners we had, but everything else I was staying at home. There's Wi-Fi, you build the company. And so 2017, no funding. 2018.
What did you say?
Yeah, 2018. We get one of actually the DFS lab, they gave us our first check. It was like 15 or 20K. Stephen Dang, I don't know if you guys know him, but he's awesome. And then a bunch of rejections from YC. 2019 we get into YC. And at this point I'm like, all right, cool. 1 week before demo day, my co-founder comes up to me like, hey Benji, actually, my wife and I don't want to live in Africa. So we're gonna step down. And this is for demo day. So you are going to demo day in front of 3,000 investors at YC demo day, and your Muzungu co-founder is not there. So try raising money. You talk about 80 people on your cap table. I think I'm 94 on my cap table for my first round. And I had to do the angel checks, like tiny 5K, 10K, checks without a co-founder. People are like, all right, cool, Benji, you'll figure something out. Cool. Shout out to America. And then so we're building our domestic payment service in Tanzania. And we realized in order to build a payment service really well, it's still you need to build an agent network. And agent networks cost a lot of money. And I'm not able to raise $100 million in a seed round like Wave did. So I'm like, yeah, it's not going to work. I have to pivot. So we kept pivoting. And I was on my 5th pivot. And at this point, so I brought in Nico, who I recently promoted as co-founder at Nala. But they joined me end of 2019 and February 2020. And we started building this company. And even when somebody joins, I'm like, all right, we're going to go pivot the company again and again. And you have to remember, the team looks at you like, dude, people start losing faith and trust in your leadership as a CEO. Like, I don't know, man. This is like the 5th time we're pivoting. And I'm like, we're going to do cross-border payments. We're going to do it from England. People are like, dude, you've never even lived in England. I'm like, yeah, don't worry, we'll figure it out. And so that was 2021. We started building this business in the UK. I've never lived in England. And I tell my investors I'm going to build a cross-border payments business. And the amount of responses I got back were like, Benji, do you realize TransferWise is going public next year? Benji, do you realize Remitly is going public next year? Benji, did you know that World just raised at a $5 billion valuation? Benji, do you know that TapTapSend just got a $63 million Series B or whatever A? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, so how do you think you can compete? What makes you think you have the right to win? I'm like, I don't, but I'm going to win. So when people tell you that as a founder, you have to have unbelievable optimism in yourself first, and then for the rest of the team. And there's going to be people who doubt you constantly, and that will always happen. I flew to England, I was there on a tourist visa. I'd go spend my time in Barking, Dagenham, and Ilford, Far East London, where there's a lot of Kenyans. You look Kenyan, are you Kenyan? I knew it. So I could spot a Kenyan from a mile away. I'm like, yeah, that's Kenyan. Because first of all, you guys got your passport, the bracelet. See the bracelet's on. I told you. Every single Kenyan got the passport. They carry their passport with them everywhere. So I'll be stopping Kenyan. Wait, you're Kenyan, yeah? Cool, yeah. How do you know? Yo, listen, he's not wearing his passport, bro. Hey, this is Tanzania, yeah. So we've got the better bracelets. We don't start a word right now. So I go to East London and I'd stop people coming out of the church on Sundays, the mosque on Fridays. And I said, all right, I'm going to get 1,000 customers And I'll show you on my phone today, if I type in Nale user, on my phone, this is my first 600 customers. So I'd stop people, I'm like, hey, can you test out this this app? Dude, the police got called on me. They're like, yo, some Pakistani scammer. like scamming people outside the mosque. like in London. And I'm like, cool. So the police came up. Guess what? The police was also Pakistani. So I got to 1,000 customers. And I went back to my business. I got 1,000 customers transacting. They were shocked, like, no way. And I'm like, look. And so I'm like, cool. They're like, are you planning on raising money? I'm like, yeah. They're like, how much? Bro, I just said 10 million. I'm like, 10 million. I said, you know somebody who's got to say something straight with a straight face? You've never raised more than like $1 million bucks? We're like, yeah, 10 million. And like, you start seeing people don't flinch. I'm like, oh, I can say stuff. You can just do things like that. So obviously it was ZERP era for 2021. Like everybody was getting this money thrown around everywhere. It was like, you know, I wish that those times come back soon. But we were able to raise 10 million. And then the market crashed, right? 2022, especially for FinTech. And I was like, wow, okay, cool. If the market crashed right now, what we need to focus on doing a few things. Well, we can't build everything, and we can't compete with all the people. So I'm going to show you a chart, right? So I was like, cool. I tell the team, and now the challenge is all the investors look at you and look at your competition and look at how much money they're raising, their traction that they have. And I'm like, listen, we're not going to be able to compete with those, but let's play our own game. And the own game that I decided to play, so I'm trying to show you guys a chart that I think is super important. You know, some of us who travel, we don't have the US SIM card, so we have to like tether from our other phone. Anyway, so, but it's a tight, guys. We can't buy SIM cards at the airport all the time. So I tell the team, I was like, look, let's focus on treasury, being the best at treasury, and then on payment rails, because reliability in Africa is quite challenging. And so we started doing that for 2 years. And then in 2024, so 2 years later, we grew the company from 0 to $14 million in revenue and profitable in less than 20 months. And
That's really impressive.
And when you tell the investors, let me just tell you, the day I sent the email saying we're profitable was my most responded to email from investors of all time. And like I sent it to 116 people and probably 34 responses. But that's what the chart looked like. That's not projected, that's real. And that's revenue growth, that's like business growth, over time, right? And so last when we raised this money, last year when we were profitable, I wanted to raise this money. I was like, cool, we're gonna raise money, like how much? I was like, and listen, you're an average of the people you spend your time with. So as a founder, I really think it's important that you spend time with people who are like way ahead of you in the game, because then you can understand the dynamics and learn proactively. So this is one thing I try to keep doing. And I remember I was telling my friends in London, like, yeah, I'm gonna raise like 20 million. My friends like, mate, like, how about start with like another 10? Okay. And you know, when I went to raise last round, I was like, all right, I'm gonna do a $30 million round, and people like didn't flinch. I was like, oh, okay. And I was surprised that people didn't flinch. Now I got rejected by a bunch of people. Why? We're not an AI company, and Africa was my biggest reason for rejection. Number one reason for rejection across most of stocks. But you have to put yourself in their shoes. You're raising US VC money in the US from a partner at the fund who's never invested outside of the United States. And you show them great metrics, cool, but they're also trying to get promoted and, you know, so they're like, okay, this is a high risk deal, I don't know if I can do it, right? So that's the reality. We kept getting rejected, and it was painful. You have 5 rejections in a row and got to show up to the next meeting fully confident, like, yeah, cool, doing this. Clearly your metrics are amazing. And so all it takes is that first person to bet on you. And once that one person bets on you, as you said, it was like sheep, like everybody starts coming. And we had like $70 or $80 million offer to us in additional term sheets. And I was like, all right, listen, let me just take this one and get back to work. And that's how we raised the 40 million. But I remember the day we raised the 40 million and got the money got wired.
One last wrap up.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. My investor said, Benji, my board member, he texted me, he said, Benji, always remember, the chef doesn't celebrate getting the ingredients. He says, get back to work. So, raising money is not a definition of success. at all, and should never be, and no founder should ever aspire to be like, I'm the one who's raising the most money or whatever, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's like, what is the vision you want to build out? What do you actually need to get there? But you have to execute at the end of the day, and that's the reality for all of us founders. Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing those stories. And I know that we are pressed for time, so just really quickly, Alex, if you can just talk about, what was the quick, challenge, and what was the moment of momentum where you saw success, and then E and Barbara, I would like for you to share some final thoughts about how you were able to pivot from failure and then where you are now, and then we'll, if we have time, maybe not, but afterwards, I'm sure you'll reach out to each of them individually and ask questions. So Alex, really quickly.
I remember a story like in the middle of COVID, the client is about to cancel the contract, the project doesn't move, you're losing teams, you're losing co-founders, you don't know how you're going to pay your employees in the middle of COVID. So in those moments, because people don't talk too much about those moments, you really have to, I would say, suppress external signal. That's really important. That's why I say you have to be a little bit crazy in order to be able to be a successful founder. If you're just a normal person, you're not going to succeed. So you need to stick to that reality that you saw in your mind the very first time you decided to create that company. And that will take you through any storm, trust me. I don't count how many times I didn't know how I'm going to make payday next month, but somehow something happened, and there's an element of luck, grace, you want to call it the way you want, God. I believe in God, by the way. But something will happen if you're strong enough and you're persistent enough. And I've seen that happen many, many times. At some point of time, you start to believe in your own legend. That helps. So for us, we pivoted so many times, and as you said, people start to lose faith in your leadership and stuff. It's like a GPS. You know where you're going, but you will adjust along the way until you reach there. So the moment we knew that something was working, was one of the largest contracts we signed with a reinsurance company, and that brought us momentum. So as I speak, we probably have processed 180 million policies for 300 companies, meaning 15 countries, around $2 billion premiums managed, and $30 billion assets under management. But we don't do that overnight, actually. And there's an element that he mentioned, like startup founders think that, and I was like that. I left Medicom, executive, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, I'm launching a company. 2 years, 0 revenues. What do you do?
I mean,
if you don't have a vision.
The motivation that you have to have.
And if you have not worked in telecom and you have a little bit of savings that help, right? Yeah. If you don't have it, you quit. You just go back to work. You apply for a job. That's it.
Well, I'm glad that you're still persisting. And with that, we're going to take it home with E and Barbara. Kind of talk about like the momentum, kind of final thoughts and tips for our audience.
Yeah, I would just say, for me, I don't really look at life in terms of failures, or I'll just be depressed and go to therapy. I just look at life as pivoting. You're just constantly pivoting, figure out what works, and you have to stay in the game. When I think about everything I've done, I've always been consistent. And so even if something isn't working the way I want it to work, I realize that a lot of what I've done is going to feed into the next thing that I'm doing. And I'm seeing all of that coming to fruition with the company I'm building. The founders I've worked with in the past, the liquidity providers for my platform, the VCs that I'm working with. It's like everything's coming together, even though certain things didn't work out. So I think stay in the game. It's the biggest problem with African founders is that we don't have the capital to stay in the game. The difference between an African founder and another founder is that they have the capital to do as much pivoting as they can. And that's the real difference here. All this is really just about how much money do you have to not be living in your mom's house and be a normal person so that you can continue to do what you need to do. And I think that's the challenge. But if you stay in the game, everything that you've done, whether it worked or didn't work, will come into fruition in some way. The other thing is timing. I've been really focused on the blockchain space for the last 7 years. And there's a lot of things happening right now in the stablecoin space. You know, Benji's platform, you know, a lot of that stuff, investors are really excited. They might not understand Africa, but they're excited about cross-border. And so timing is so important. How am I suddenly getting all this interest and traction? Is because of the timing. It's just the world we live in, from Trump to you know what. But the reality is, it's a help. You know, and so some timing is not like having to do with whether you're smart or not. It's literally just God's grace, and you're just in the right place at the right time. So we just have to stay in the game, prepare for good timing, and just have conviction and bring that all your experiences to bear. So that's my final thoughts.
Thank you. So E, take us home.
Well, I mean, what I tell founders is that failure is a default outcome of every startup. And once you go in waiting to fail first, waiting for your first head plant, you go in actually really thinking through, okay, what do I need to do to understand what it takes to walk this very long journey that we call building a business. And I find that for a lot of founders, I feel like entrepreneurship is too celebrated. And people don't actually go into it with a clear view of the kind of sacrifice it requires. The second thing I'll leave is the biggest challenge that founders often have is they're not willing to do what success requires. The reality is success in entrepreneurship entirely depends on you. Yes, there's luck. Yes, there's grace. Yes, there's all that. If you don't have the mindset that it is your responsibility to make it work, if you think government is coming to save you, or investors are coming to save you, or you know, people should be a bit more patient, or you need a little bit more good luck, you end up actually failing, mostly because your hope is cut short, right? The hope that you had that somebody was going to come and do this for you or with you doesn't happen. So I think it's just important for you to understand that it really is on you. Right? You're the one who chose to build a startup, so if you want to build a startup, then you better go build a startup. There's no time for a pity party. And then finally, I genuinely feel that if you're going to build a company, try and solve a real problem. And the evidence that you're solving a real problem is that somebody is willing to pay for the product or service that you've created, and that on the back of that person willing to pay, you're making some money, which will get investors to invest. I think one of the biggest challenges we have on the continent is, you know, many founders are building a business to raise money. And, you know, I think it's about time, left to me, you know, I don't think that founders need, I debate this all the time with my founders. When we started at Andela, we didn't get paid until the business made money. When we started at Flutterwave, we didn't get paid until the business made money. It's just what it is, right? If you were going to go off on your own and build a business, you wouldn't expect somebody to foot your bills, right? Yeah. So I think there is a level of entitlement that founders have that sort of needs to be rooted out in the ecosystem. Entrepreneurship is not a right. Success is not a guarantee. And we're most likely going to fail.
Thank you for those final words. Give a hand for this amazing panel. And that concludes our session. Thank you.
Let's give it up one more time. I don't know if the final words of the most likely going to fail. We might need to uplift it a little bit, but it's okay. Why do you all take a photo? while you all take a photo, we're going to set up our next, as we said, our next founder, Michael, is going to present digitally. His flight was canceled, unfortunately. I see some sleepy eyes, so there's lots of coffee. I know people are jet lagged, so make sure you're here. And we're going to set up really quickly after we take a photo.
And offsets.
Do you have to run out or okay?
Sorry for
No, you're fine. It was great. You're great at your job. You're fantastic.
I was so into it. Like I loved it.
You're really good, and the questions I thought were really, really good. Honestly, I thought it was actually a very good conversation. I could listen to. It wasn't one that you feel, going on for too long. It was more just like we were like, oh, because Michael was like, hey, are we ready? Are we ready? So I was just trying to make sure we didn't go too long. But honestly, it was amazing all the time.
Oh, good.
I felt like I could go for an hour.
I know. I wanted to ask more
It was
questions.
really good.
Okay.
We need to connect also. I want
Yes,
to
I
learn
would
more
love that.
about everything.
Yes.
Are you staying the whole day? Or are you?
Yeah, I'm staying till 4.
Okay, cool. And this is probably going to get a little bit early anyway, so we'll have a little bit of time.
Oh, good. Fantastic. I love the way you run it.
You could tell I love supply chain and logistics.
I know. I was like, you're so good. I was like, I need everywhere.
Yeah, I am more than happy to join anytime.
I love your level of engagement. I saw you. Yeah. We love.
Well,
To do what?
Michael's been waiting for like 15
Yes.
minutes, though. But what?
Anything resonate?
No, he's been waiting for like 15 minutes. So I just wanted to.
I've been watching.
I would love that.
It's crazy.
Yes.
Okay. Wait, one more way.
Hey.
Where's it before? Let me set up this one really quick. I just need to make sure. But I can mix it. I'll mix it. I'll mention it.
Like a.
It was really Yeah, I try my best. Michael, can you thumbs up if you can hear me? Or Michael, are you there? Oh, wait, hold on. You're not on camera. 1 second. Okay, you can see me. Can you hear me? Okay. Are you going to be off camera or on camera? Or you can WhatsApp me if you need to. Oh, there you are. Okay. Do you want to...
Testing, can you hear me too?
Oh, we can hear you. Okay, so you can stay on mute until I introduce you, and then we can hear you well. Awesome. Perfect. Okay, everyone, we're actually going to kick off our next founder conversation. I'm trying to pin Michael. Awesome. Okay, everyone, if everyone can, we'll have plenty of time for networking right after our founder pitches in. But let's get back to our seats. And we also have plenty of time for networking afterwards at Gentleman's Factory. If everyone could take a seat to make sure we can end on time. That'd be great.
But it's all about the duration of it. They want to shorten your duration. We were investing, you see from length of the duration. And I
uncertainty around the follow-on round. I know, for instance, me, I'm a lot more weary of, so opportunity for founders, the stories on either end have so there are a lot of
That would be helpful, like if you could say, well,
we just need time.
There's no more time required for America.
Yeah.
Because
well, but we need time to see that, and I think more time will tell. But I think that's why we do these types of events, for sure. Okay, I'm going to try.
Cool, though.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. You'll hear my tone getting a little bit more serious until I start actually physically putting you in your seats, which will happen in about 1 minute. Can we sit? Can we sit? Can we sit? Can we sit? Lots of selfies happening. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to get started. So everyone, we have 2 more founders that are going to present their companies to all of you. We're really excited to have them kind of close out our founder presentations. Michael, we're sorry that you were unable to make you were able to make the flight. The flight didn't exist. But we're excited that we're able to have you join us in. Can you test the audio real quick to make sure we can hear you?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Maybe a little bit louder.
Okay, this is me trying to make it sound louder.
You're good, you're good. Okay, everyone,
All right.
We're going to need to sit because Michael talks really quietly, so we need to be able to hear it. So shh. Folks, audience. Okay, here I'm gonna, this is when I get serious. Hey everyone, can we sit? We're trying to start. Sit. Respectful for sound, please. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone, we're starting presentation. Okay, Michael.
All right, do you want to proceed right now?
Yeah, so I'm going to introduce you one more time, but I think this mic died, so one more time.
Okay, everyone, like I said, we have our next presentation with Michael. Thank you all for entertaining me. Sorry, I don't usually talk in that tone, but I like to respect our founders that are trying to present their company. So Michael's going to share more about Crop to Cash and what they've been up to. Michael, you have about 5 minutes or so to share, and then we'll do some Q&A. Why don't you get started?
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. And yeah, well, really wanted to be there, but I'm just gonna go right ahead. But let me tell you about one of our farmers, Amina. She's a maize farmer near Kaduna, northern Nigeria. Planting is 2 weeks away for her, and she needs good seed, the right fertilizer, and a plan that fits her soil and rain pattern. And there's a person called an extension officer. Now, this is a government farming coach. In many places, one coach serves about 10,000 farmers, but the ideal is one coach for about 50 farmers. So Amina really gets the help that she needs on time. Now, shops where farmers can get the things they need often guess what's to stock, and they cannot guarantee what they're selling, whether it's fake or genuine products to farmers. Now, this exposure to fake products can cut the yields and income of farmers like Amina by more than 40%. Now, Amina has only 3 things she can depend on. She has a basic phone, not a smartphone. She has a voice, a local language, and she has the will to live and to grow. Now, Amina's story is common. There are about 300 million smallholder farmers across Africa today. Now, because the right advisory is hard to get and products can be fake, Africa loses about $60 billion in farm productivity each year. Now, banks are also careful too. Only about 4% of total bank lending goes into agriculture. Now, there's a $170 billion funding gap. This just means that better farmer data can unlock that credit. So we have a big pain and a big prize. If we fix advisory, supply, and trust, we unlock real value for millions of families and farmers. Now that's where we come in. Now, Crop to Cash turns a basic phone call into clear farm action. Think of it as 3 things in one: a farming coach, a trusted input shop, and a simple way to pay. A farmer dials a toll-free number on a phone like this, and our AI listens, advises, and creates a simple plan: what to do, what to buy, and when. Then we match the plan to real products at fair prices. Payment works over USSD, which is a text menu that works without internet, and we deliver to the farmers in 24 to 48 hours. Now, this isn't just theory. We've served about 540,000 farmers in Nigeria and Kenya already. Our AI speaks more than 10 local languages. The average call the farmers have with our AI lasts about 20 minutes, and we've unlocked about $3 million in credit and generated $1.5 million in revenue. Our approach is also cost effective. It is about 90% more affordable than traditional solutions. Our model has three parts, and it scales. First, freemium advisory for farmers and telco partnerships for reach, which keeps acquisition low. Now, secondly, an input marketplace where we earn strong margins on each basket. Annual gross margin on input purchases is about 63%. And third, value expansion. Embedded credits for qualified farmers, data licensing to partners, and SaaS tools for enterprise customers. Now, what does scale look like? In our base case for year 5, we monetize 5 million farmers at about $10 per farmer per year. This is about $50 million in annual revenue. Now, cost per farmer at this scale is about $3, which supports a 70% operating margin. Now, I'm Michael. I lead the team at Crop to Cash. I'm an Acumen and RCN fellow, and the rest of the team blends agriculture and software together to actually solve all of these problems. We're expanding across Africa and supporting languages like Swahili, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Wolof, Amharic, French, and many more. And now back to Amina. Now this season, she dials our number and speaks in Hausa. She gets a plan that fits her soil and rainfall patterns. She pays on USSD. Trusted seed and fertilizer arrive within 48 hours. She harvests more and earns more. Next season, she repeats that and grows again. Now we're raising $1.5 million to do this for 1 million more farmers. $700,000 is already committed and wired. $800,000 is open and ready to be closed. We're grateful for the support of our existing investors, Jason over there too, 5 to 5 and XA Network. So yes, please join us to put a simple, trusted farm system in every farmer's pocket. And at scale, we can unlock a market worth hundreds of billions in inputs and value across Africa. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Questions? Any questions? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, great presentation. Just looking at fertilizer, for example, that's still a big challenge for small-scale farmers. How are you enabling them to access the right fertilizers at very low cost? Because, this is a problem. Medium-sized, large farmers maybe have solutions for this, but how are you solving it for the small farmers?
So our goal really is how to ensure that, what works for the medium, the large scale farmers, how do we make it work for smaller farmers too? So what we've built now can enable farmers to get access to pretty much just the best possible products and solutions out there. We recently worked out a partnership with OCP. OCP is the largest manufacturer of fertilizer in the world. And we're working with them in Nigeria now to make sure that we can get their fertilizer directly to smallholder farmers wherever they are or whatever location that they are at. So we've been able to solve this and bring the best quality products to farmers with our technology.
And maybe follow up on that. And how are you solving cold chain? We know that's a huge problem in Africa. It's probably one of the reasons why you are finding farmers not growing, because a lot of their stuff can't reach market, or by the time they reach market, it's all gone safe.
Yeah, so right now our focus is just on the input side to make sure that the farmers can even grow and grow quite a lot. Our goal over the next 18 months is then to get to the harvest and sales side of things, where we can help them with what they've harvested, make sure that they can get better storage and so on. We already partner with warehouse manufacturers and people that already have their own storage solutions. So we already partnered with them to get farmers connected to them. But we hope and plan to get this set up on our own for the farmers that we're working with as we scale.
Two more questions.
Yes, hi, Michael. Congratulations on your effort. I work in a nonprofit, and we've done work recently in Zambia, working with smallholder farmers, to organize in a way to aggregate their spend to reduce their input costs and to aggregate their output to get better realization on the exit price for their crops, and in some cases to access capital to move up to higher value-added crops. So the whole realm of sort of economic realities. Do you help out on any of those dimensions? Obviously, all the things you do are fantastic and driving a better business, but in terms of the linkage to markets beyond the individual situation.
Yeah, that's exactly the point of our solution in a way, because how it works right now is a farmer can like pick up a phone like this and call our number, our toll-free number, and talk to an AI that can give them advice on what to grow, when to grow it, and all of that. If the way it works right now is that we've got tens of thousands of farmers calling in, maybe from a particular village or a particular area. And when we pick up all of their orders, it makes it a lot easier for us to deliver in bulk to all of the farmers there, which then overall reduces the price of the products that they're actually getting. At the same time, it's that if a single individual farmer wanted to get, I'll use a fertilizer example again. If a single individual wanted to get fertilizer from an OCP, they probably would not even be able to get access to it because they're just one farmer. But through us, we can aggregate automatically demand of these inputs from tens of thousands of farmers at once, put it all together, and then make it a lot easier for these farmers to access these inputs at prices that are even better than retail market price.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Can you talk a bit about, actually 2 questions in one. Can you talk a little bit about your customer acquisition costs? Because this is an informal economy and they're not easy to reach. And a lot of them have informal education. So how do you acquire your farmers and how expensive is that vis-a-vis your margin? And then the other part is the security aspect, at least in Nigeria. What is your risk management like? When you deploy capital, how do you make sure like things that you can't control, like the crisis, security in the north and things like that, how do you hedge against that kind of risk?
Yeah, there is some risk there. You're right about that. Thank you very much. And it's that what we've had to do then is rather than us physically being in the location or where the farmers are on our own to do all of these things, that's where technology now serves us. Before we actually built out our AI, we had agents going out to these farmers. We were meeting the farmers regularly, physically to aggregate the demand and all of that. But now, any farmer anywhere, at least in Nigeria today, can call our number and then, pretty much just discuss, what issues they're facing in their farms. We can give them the recommendation and the products that they need. And then from then on, they just receive a text message with a USSD code to DAO to just complete the payment for the inputs that they want to get. So that way, it means we don't have to physically be present to enable the sale. The technology that we've built can then do that for us at scale. At the same time, because it's not just driven by a phone call, we're working out a partnership with a telco to turn this into a farmer hotline that is driven by a telco, which then means that like an MTN could say this is MTN farmer hotline. That way, all of that cost can be mostly covered by their CSR initiatives and everything, while we just make sure that we're the ones covering the core technology stack itself. At the end of the day, the risk side of things is then covered by the fact that when all of these inputs are aggregated, it's really just delivered once to maybe the central point where the farmers are just picking it up. So we're not, doing multiple deliveries to like different farmers or hundreds of farmers. It's that an entire truck of the inputs goes to a village and all the farmers can just come pick up their inputs, and that's it. So we try as much as possible to reduce the risk by just aggregating as much as possible backed by our technology.
One more, or we have time for 2 more. Okay, go ahead.
No.
Hi, Michael. Stack, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
It's Dexter Sharp. Hi. It says on the screen $700,000 left in your round, your seed round. Is this working?
That is correct. I can hear you.
That's probably better. Is the seed round priced? And second question, if you had all the money on October 1st, how long would your run rate be after October 1st?
All right, so we're raising at a safe, not a priced round. And if we have all of the money by October 1st, yeah, this will put our runway at roughly 24 months. We've been very capital efficient so far. Our burn rate is just under $20,000 per month. So we've been doing this to the point where we can manage capital in a way that we can deliver the right results for as many farmers as possible in a short period of time.
Thanks. Last question.
Hey, Michael, I have some questions for you because I'm very interested in agriculture as a future, idea. And, it's 3 questions. Okay, one question? Oh my God. Sorry.
No, if there's time for all 3, please. Happy to answer them.
Are you thinking of a way to basically implement IoT solutions to your farmland, as in making them more sustainable, to see like, hey, if something is, not, if you have dying plants, how are you making sure like these farmers are doing this the best way possible, and also making sure that they're able to, use some kind of barter system or something to trade with their original resources without having to worry about that and stuff.
Thank you. That's a great question. And we've actually considered IoT for smallholder farmers, and we have a few prototypes and experiments that we're working on behind the scenes that's not public yet. But the biggest challenge for smallholder farmers is the cost aspect of things. IoT, no matter what, it has a cost. It has an upfront cost for the farmers. That can potentially be financed, maybe not, but it's the fact that there's still just that upfront cost. And most farmers are really just interested in, can I get the inputs that I need to just grow and grow well? And that's why what we've built now is, like, the way we've built a solution, we've built it in a way that is as accessible as possible to farmers. We've essentially taken the full power of, OpenAI, ChatGPT, or Gemini, and made it accessible to farmers in rural communities where they don't have internet connectivity. And they can just, call a number on a tiny phone like this and actually have all of that power advising them on what to do. And it happens in their local languages. So it doesn't cost them to get all of this advisory to make all of that happen. But as we scale to millions of smallholder farmers, we can, essentially figure out a way to stimulate demand for the IoT side of things, to even add more data potential to the advisory that we can give to farmers.
Awesome. Well, let's give it up for Michael. And Michael, thank you for joining us. I'm going to close out so you can exit as well, but we're going to shift out. But thank you, Michael. I hope to see you in person at some time soon. Folks, we're going to switch. We have one more founder presentation. I am going to switch devices really quickly as we do that. And back to our normal programming. No, I'm a multi-hyphenate. Let's do it. Okay. And our last, And our last presentation, we're going to hear about Bobotronics. Last but not least, take us home.
Hello, everybody. My name is. Sorry.
Is it ever showing or not? Oh, here we go. Oh, sorry. Got to press the button. That works. There we go.
All right. Thank you all for being here, and it's a pleasure to be here today. This is a live in the making project, to be quite honest with you. I turned an entrepreneur about 12 years ago, so I've been working in the hospitality and retail space since then. Built about 4 restaurants and bar and 1 clothing company, and that's how we landed here. We've all been enjoying talking about small businesses today that will eventually become an enterprise. So think about those small businesses as a center of a ripple, right? When they are strong, they spread out, right? And when they do that, that means you have more jobs in the community. You have, stronger neighborhoods and safer neighborhoods, and more businesses create more jobs, right? So, but at the same time, if
that ripple, meaning these small businesses are not supported, right? They are underserved. There's a turbulence, and that turbulence also spread out. And that's when you get violence, you get unemployment, you get all these things that impact the ecosystem. So today, a lot of small mom and pop businesses are paying high transaction fees. They're facing a lot of sales tax compliance regulations. POS is very expensive. There's so many in the market. They are also still using manual paying their bill, like people writing checks. And that's where we come in, Vivatronics. So what we're trying to do, what we are doing, is building an integrated fintech ecosystem for small businesses, where our product line will be Tita Pay, allowing them to do digital payment, which is from MP and to MP. Right now, you have your B2B, which are small to medium businesses and peer-to-peer. We're going to have a Tita tax, which is going to help automate sales tax. It's a huge issue for the state and for the federal. We're going to have Tita Book, which is going to automate, it's going to be an AI automated bookkeeping for small mom and pop businesses. These are the landscape that we're trying to give to small mom and pops. And I'm saying small mom and pop because a lot of times we say SMB. What a lot of people forget is any company that have less than 20 employees are the mom and pops. But a lot of time when big companies like Square, like Toast, are building products, they start from that and they grow into enterprise and forget the mom and pops. And that right there, the small businesses in America, it's about 32 million small businesses, and 26% of those are mom and pops. In California alone, that generates about $1.7 trillion. So our focus is really creating a robust ecosystem for these mom and pops companies, grow with them and stick with them. And we are anticipating, if we can just capture 1% of the market, that will give us about 200,000 businesses across the US. However, we are focusing on just a fraction of that for the next 5 years, about 13%, which would give us about 42,000 businesses. Our business model is actually a subscription based. So we have 3 different tiers, $29 to $79 to $150. Very affordable. As a restaurateur and bar owner, I have studied and know that this is something that's going to be doable. It's all about educating this small shops owner. What are the small shops owner? Your bodega, the sandwich shops, the 7-Eleven light, the smoke shops, the barbers, the salons that you go to. These are family-owned businesses that a lot of enterprise companies don't even look at. And I believe that there's a white space there to capture this and really zero in and start making M&P a buzzword rather than keep sticking to our regular, SMBs. So this is what we're providing, and we are hoping that you guys can come on board and help us build this out. We're going to focus on California because I'm based there. We have a team in Ghana that's working on our MVP right now. I myself am an MBA grad from John F. Kennedy. Like I said before, I'm heavy on the retail side. I used to work for IKEA. I helped them build out, if you guys ever been to IKEA, when you're walking out, there's like a little bistro outside where you get your hot dogs and all of that. That was actually my project. And coming out of that, when I left IKEA, I cried because I'm not an emotional person. I cried because IKEA was really a good company, and I'm walking away for a very good cushion job that allowed me to travel anytime. Insurance coverage. I have a $6,000 saved in the bank thinking, I'm going to make it happen. But when I left, what I also learned from IKEA is that when you build a good product with good team, you can go far. And I always say, if Camprad can do it, I can do it too. And since then, I've been building businesses, about 4 businesses that I've built, so some on a smaller scale, and retail is what I do. And hopefully you guys can come on board and join us to make this happen. Thank you.
Yeah. My mics keep dying, so I'm gonna use this one. What'd you say? Yeah, you just press up.
I know that you're still in the MVP state, but tell us a bit about your business model, how you're gonna make money doing this. Okay, so right now, one of my bar, I think we pay about $25,000 a year to Square, because that's just on credit card processing alone. Not to talk about the payroll that we do, there's layers to it, just one bar. So for us, I mean, since I've been doing this for a while, I've calculated that if we can actually help these small businesses, give them a different price point. For example, the lowest price point will be $29, and that will afford a small business to just file sales tax, automated. When you collect it, we help you save it, and because you have to file your sales tax every month or quarterly. A lot of small businesses forget about this. We pay about.
How do you make money?
So that's so we pay $29. They pay $29, $79 on a monthly basis to us.
So that's a SaaS model.
It's a SaaS model, yeah.
Thank you.
More questions? I love that. How do you make money question? More questions?
Who else is a competitor? Who is doing this?
Who else are your competitors?
Right now, it's very fragmented. There's nobody that's doing the whole. There's no there's no one that's doing one thing. Everybody is very fragmented. Even for Square, that are one of the big guys, their focus is on credit card processing, and they're just doing a payroll right now. And I use Square heavily. I always tell people that when Square started in 99, 2011, Jack Dorsey walked into my pop-up shop, and we talked about, I was so happy because I was paying $35 for Verifone, the big bulky one, and I didn't like that because $35, that's one T-shirt. When my T-shirt was like $29. So I was able to talk to him and give him feedback. And over the years, his team has come to my bar to talk to me about, hey, how are you guys using this tool? How are you using that tool? And I've been able to give them feedback, and that's one of the principles that led me to building this.
One more. What makes you qualified to solve this problem? And sometimes, even if you don't make money, it's really not important. The most important thing is, what do you know that makes you qualified that other people ignore?
What made me qualified is the fact that I've been facing this problem myself. For example, the sales tax part. When we opened one of our bars, we thought our CPA was helping us to file it every month until we get hit with $130,000 sales tax that we have to pay. And we have to make a deal and paying $700 a month. So, and this is a bar that made between $1.1 and $1.4 million a year, and we didn't even cash it. Because the thing is, the state will not come after you if you haven't hit a certain threshold. So everybody will say, oh, I filed my tax. There's a corporate tax you file, and there's what do you call it, the employee tax that you pay. There's all these taxes, but sales tax, it's so now out there. People don't talk about it. But a lot of small businesses treat it like it's a revenue, but it's not. Because when you see your report, it doesn't differentiate it. So we want to use technology to show it, take it away before you even see it, so you don't spend it. So that gives me an insight to be able to solve this problem, because I've really been burnt. So.
Awesome. No more questions. Give it one more round of applause.
Thank you.
And thank you for going last but not least. Awesome. So that wraps up all of our founder conversations. We already did our builders panel, so we have one more closing conversation with the best dressed man in the room, supposedly. So I will let Eric come up and introduce our closing fireside chat and round these up. But again, for folks, snacks in the back, so please grab them. And Eric, do you need 2 chairs? Awesome. Here you go.
Thank you so much, Jason. I'll take the vote of best dressed gentleman. That's my problem. Ladies and gentlemen, can I welcome the legendary Lou Jones.
Thank you, thank you.
So I'll try and hopefully we can keep our Guinness Book of Record that we're the first event to finish before time.
Zenith, 1 year, Zenith.
Well done. Zenith 1 year.
I'll tell you later.
Okay. We'll try to.
Number 2.
Okay. Lou, thank you so much for doing this. Lou came out of Boston this morning. Yeah, we drove down with Robin Steele. Lou's a dear friend of mine, so it's certain so is all of you in the room, so I really appreciate working with you all. But you have been photographing for 50 years. Easily. I'll give you a mic so that we can thank you. Over 50 years. So, and you photographed Miles Davis for a week, Olympics, 12 Olympics, and Death Row, and why Africa?
Well, I have been involved in a lot of projects where we have photographed different countries and different areas where multiple photographers were involved. So it would be 20 photographers, et cetera, and then a number of years ago, I realized that the New York Times did a major article on the fact that the African Union was going to censor Western access to the news in Africa because of the horrific job they did. And I grew up in America, was educated, and I realized that censorship was a 4-letter word in the way I grew up. And then after much thought, I realized that they were probably right, that the horrible, and I said, I'm going to gather those same people, those same colleagues, and go to Africa and do a really good, positive, realistic overview of Africa. And through many complications, I realized instead of doing it vertically with multiple photographers, I did it horizontally over a long period of time alone. Now we are engaging now African photographers to help us with the project, but it has been going on for several years now. We've been working on this for 10 years.
It's amazing. You deserve a round of applause. What have you learned in the 10 years photographing Africa?
Oh, you're asking a horrible question.
Okay, that's what I have to do.
As naive as I was in the beginning and as naive as I am now about the issues that all of you have been talking about all day and solving problems, we're doing an incredibly, because I've worked for I've worked for National Geographic in Time and Parry Match, and I've worked in 70 countries around the world on assignment, things like that. And so I think I've learned a little bit about photography and how we consider that photography is the universal language. Not only do you not need a translator because you can see what it looks like reality, but also social media has become such a powerful tool over the last 20 years to where a majority of the world is connected, and photography is the element that most of us can see. Even if we can't read the caption below, we can see the photograph.
And so I have been working at trying to figure out ways to use social media. Now, this isn't social media. This is a real media. This is a real media, yes. A lot of institutions, libraries, companies that we're dealing with, we have gotten a lot of the photography into the curriculums in schools now, which is a major, you can't believe some of the photographs that the curriculums in schools in the United States are using to teach kids. And so getting a much more realistic and more diversified image has been what we have been doing, and we have been somewhat successful. We've been also placing articles and things like that, but we exhibit extensively. We have an exhibit coming up this coming month. We have one coming up yes. Where is it? I'm from, my studio is in Boston, so the museum is just outside of Boston. If anybody's interested, I would love to have, and I will give you, I will write down and make sure you know when and where. And we do a lot of social media, and so you can, and one of the things that Eric has been helping with over the last few years, not only does he give us really good access, I didn't even know the word fintech 5 years ago. I didn't know, and he's introduced me to a number of companies. Actually, there's someone here. We photographed.
I did, yes.
There you go. How long? About 3 years ago, right? Yeah. Yeah, we actually photographed him. What a coincidence that we photographed him in his company. Anyway, we have been going around and you asked the question I have been avoiding. The thing that I have learned is how incredibly unique each and every country is. And so we have been utilizing that as a real tool to create the books, to go in and actually have people tell us what is important in their country, and then go chase. So we go into factories, we go into manufacturing. Someone here was talking about wanting access to agriculture. So we photographed in large, huge agro businesses and small, of course, what are you calling them? The small farms. Smallholder farmers. Huh? Smallholder farmers. Yes, exactly. And we go into hospitals, and we have had a lot of success. Very different from, and we go into hospitals, so we're shooting in big high, going into operating rooms. I've got all the coverings and poor Eric has seen me completely going into hard operations, going into the little teeny tiny holistic medicines so we're showing the entire range of how countries, we're going into music. Music is big. It's actually, I believe music is in the new book. All kinds of things. We go everywhere. We go into people's homes. We go into we go into the indigenous populations, villages, and we've created a whole nother. So the uniqueness of each country, the politics, we photograph the politics, and that has been the thing that has been, like I said, started out still in a neophyte but we are learning exponentially.
That's great. So we know all about social media. You have the real media in your hand. Can you tell us what is the real media?
Well, this again, if you have any longevity, a lot of the news. Okay, yes. It's 2 volumes. It's actually you grab one, and this is the first volume. We have a hard and soft cover. A lot of institutions, especially libraries, will only collect hardcover. You know that, yeah. So
our restrictions, but we do the soft cover because it's much cheaper. Now you have to understand that this is a major element in the fundraising that goes into this. You can't believe how expensive it is, but through Eric's help, we have gotten some wonderful in-kind from people like, do you know MTN? They were wonderful, just in our lab, Uganda. MTN was amazing. We've gotten into UNOC, which was Uganda's oil company. We've gotten them to sponsor us and give us transportation and things like that. And so that's up. But this pays for, that's why they're so expensive. Why do you need transportation? How do you just in one place, solo driving? You know, we travel all over the country. Go, like I said, we go, you know, so. Where do you go? How far do you go? Robin, how much did we do in the last? We probably did over 3,000 miles in Uganda. Can you just a round of applause, right? 3,000 miles in, you know, so we got, what, yeah. You go in the trotro? 3,000 miles. Yes, so anyway, yeah, so the transportation is a major cost to us. And so I'm gonna do a little sales pitch in terms of not only, hey, you know, buy a book, but also how do we buy a book? You can buy it online and go back there. PanAfricaProject.org. PanAfricaProject.org. And we have some business cards with the URL back there, et cetera, et cetera. But you can't, the money goes intravenously into the project and helps, but you can also help us. And that's one of the reasons we're here. Is let us know where you are and get in touch, and we'll come to your country next. Looks like we'll go to Cameroon next. Is that where you are, Cameroon?
Yes, one in Cameroon. I have a question.
Yes. And we're going to Q&A. We haven't been to Cameroon yet. Yeah, love to go.
Right. Well, very, very fascinating. I'd like to present a situation for you to help us analyze. It occurs to me that as Africa is evolving, right, to a technology-enabled stuff, right, there are no pictures of the technology transition, right? It's easy to take pictures of people building wells and schools, but you saw the work here. It's not being popularized in any way, right?
That's right. That is exactly right.
Really, just wanted to hear your thoughts about how you would approach capturing the digitization of the transformation that is happening, you know, given that in essence it's abstract.
We have already approached that. One of the things we are doing is there are a number of institutions. We go into the universities and we photograph in their high-tech physics, chemistry, you know, digital labs, but we have also chased down a number, and this is not just one, we've gone into several, where there are training young people to be highly, we have actually hired a couple of these people to travel with us. They're so sophisticated that they have helped us with the high level of sophistication they have. But we have photographed in these schools, these classes, et cetera, et cetera. And then, as I said, Eric has taken us into a number of institutions where fintech is a big part, and we not only follow them into their offices, which shows high-tech employment, as well as the solutions that the fintech does in the field. So we've gone out into grocery stores and things like that and shown people actually using the technology in being able to make purchases and things like that. But we
more than willing to sort of investigate that, but you're absolutely right. And it blows people's minds in the United States when I tell them that Africa is miles ahead in terms of fintech. And it blows their mind, that kind of thing like that. So yes, you're absolutely right. We're chasing that. But remember, that's not the only thing we're doing. So we're doing the agricultural, which is still the major economic engine of Africa, both large farms and small farms, and also we've been into car manufacturing and steel manufacturing, and this past Uganda we finally, after years of trying to do it, got onto the oil fields at UNOC, which was really incredible. And in the United States, that's sort of a complicated issue about drilling for oil and things like that, but it is a major asset to the finances of different countries in Africa, and being able to get onto those properties has really been a tremendous asset. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Louis Jones, and I want to try and keep our Guinness Book of Records. So I know there may be more questions, but Louis is around. He has a table in the back. The only person with his own dedicated table for the Pan-African project. These are recordings to you, so you're welcome to do that. But finally, I'd like to, Louis Jones just turned 80. Oh. 80 years of being on this planet, 50 years photographing and photographing Africa. Thank you. Come talk to us in the back, and if you've got a country, let us know. And we'll be to Cote d'Ivoire. We're going to be November in Cote d'Ivoire. That'll be the next country. So, yes.
What is the secret to being 80 but looking 70 or 60?
Keep moving.
I'm going to tell you. Probably 3,000 miles. You want to know the truth?
Everybody is saying he doesn't look that old.
No, I inherited it. You should have seen. My mother died at 100 years old. Okay. So my aunt died at 102. So it was just.
All right, there's one more for Steve.
Yes.
Great friend.
So it was nice to meet you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your 50 years of service. And I asked a question earlier on to Esther, but you see the juxtaposition of fintech and technology and youth in Africa and entrepreneurship and novelty and all the amazing energy, but you also see the tradition and the diversity of ways of living life. And just wondered about your takeaway in terms of how those can be harmonized, or whether those are ultimately a tug of war.
Yeah, it is a tug of war, and I think you have to realize that you guys are solutions. I'm not. I'm trying to document what's actually going on, and I know that may sound like I'm shucking my duty, my responsibility. What was the wonderful? Somebody said that if you're not responsibility, you're taking orders.
Jerry wrote it. If you're not part of the problem.
No.
You're not part of the solution.
You're not taking responsibility. You're going to take orders.
Yes, not about taking responsibility, you're taking orders. So I'm not trying to do that. But as a documentarian, I'm just really trying to let people know what they don't know.
So you're taking responsibility.
I actually think, yes, that's true, but I'm actually thinking that in a funny kind of way, we're trying to show people things that they think they already know. And that's the real hook in terms of, showing people that here are these traditional people moving into high tech, and they have solved so many problems that we haven't even thought about in terms of doing that, and are able to preserve. That was what asked the question. They were able to preserve these traditions in Africa in a modern world.
It's amazing, amazing. So.
With that, give it up for Lee.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Give it up for both Lou and Eric. And Lou, I love what you just said around showing people things that they think they already know. I think that's a big part of the ethos of why we're doing these types of events. I think a lot of people think that they have an understanding of who they want a picture. Yeah. If it didn't go on social media, it didn't exist, so. While I take a picture, I just want to finally say thank you to everyone who came out today. I know it was a long day, but hopefully an engaging day. I know I personally spent a lot of time focused on Africa, and I feel like I learned a lot. I also felt like it was really motivating and energizing to really validate why I spent so much time focused on the continent. And so I hope you all feel the same. I want to flag that there's also, of course, the, are you calling it an after party, an after social? Mixer. It's a choose your own adventure type of serious business conversations will happen as well over cocktails at Gentleman's Factory. For those that don't know how to get to Gentleman's Factory, multiple options. It is UNGA time period, so I actually personally think public transportation is the fastest way, but I know some people don't love public transportation. But for those taking public transportation, there's a train, the C line that goes directly there from 14th Street. So you can take the train or you can take Uber or car. But they have refreshments, music, drinks, etc., and ultimately another chance to connect. The Gentleman's Factory also is a fantastic venue, black-owned venue in Brooklyn that we love to support as well. So thank you all for coming out. Don't stop the networking. Well, thank to all the sponsors. I probably should be thanking the sponsors. Thank you to all the sponsors. You see them across the screen. Thank you to all the founders. Thank you to all the investors. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to Google as well. I don't know why I put it there. And of course, thank you to every one of you for coming out. Because again, it means so much to spend so much of your day supporting this cause and this community. And with that, I'm done talking.
Oh, Eric wants to say something? Okay. Okay. You wanted to say something? Is that what you said? No. Oh, I don't know. When he said you wanted to say something. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason, for being an amazing host. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Chico, come, Chico.
You wanted to say what
How'd you know? Oh, you come in next.
No, we you.
This is the brain trust.
Oh, now you're going to be.
Great to see you guys.
There you go.
Yeah.
And now everybody wants to take a photo now.
Might be easier to do it now. I mean, they're over there, no? I feel like more of the people are over there. Oh, last PSA.
Last public service announcement, the snacks in the back were really expensive and overpriced, so please eat them, consume them, no food waste, no food waste. Take them home, take them on your flight, but we will not be leaving snacks.
They cost? Yes. Guess how much?
Oh, and that's for the sale later?
No, how much we had to pay for it? That's like
$500? $600, yeah. It's California pricing.
We're in New York.
I know. Sort of. It's just like California licensed TV.
Yeah. We like your voice.
I mean, they're all here.
You have like
until I used up mine, they kept me in big order. And they made them when I first came in. Instead of putting my own LinkedIn, they put the company details. That's just the way they were thinking, right? So, but I'm very active on LinkedIn. And we have a nice LinkedIn site too. But right now we're doing more. We're trying to improve that.
So much.